in Nigeria. Under the chairmanship of pharmacist Radisson, FPSN, Managing Director, Reals Pharmaceutical Limited. Special guest of honor, Professor Moji Adeyeye, FPSN, Director General, NAFDAC. Special guest, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashiu Ahmed, Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, PCN. Distinguished guest of honor, Pharmacist Cyril Lucifer, FPSN, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Special guest, Pharmacist Adewale Oladigulu, FPSN, Chairman, Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, ACPN. Keynote speaker, Pharmacist Uzoma Ezeoke, Executive Director, Emzo Pharmaceuticals Limited. Plenary session panelist, Pharmacist Bolanle Adekunle, COO, Baidu Pharmacy. Pharmacist IG Anoku, FPSN, COO, Alpha Pharmacy. Pharmacist Salamotu Orakwelu, Chairman, PSN Abuja. Chief host, Pharmacist Omarai, CEO at New Heart Pharmaceuticals. Date is Thursday, 30th May 2024. Venue, Radisson Blue Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Time 9 a.m. This is a hybrid event and physical attendance is strictly by invitation, while the event will be broadcast live on Pharmacy TV YouTube channel for all the virtual attendees. Subscribe today for live notification when event goes live. Announcer PWDAN CPC. Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, presents the Annual Conference and Exhibition 2024. Theme: Enhancing Access to Quality, Safe, Effective and Affordable Medicines, the Role of the Pharma Distributor and Wholesaler in Nigeria. Under the chairmanship of Pharmacist Adesami Popola, FPSN, Managing Director, Reals Pharmaceutical Limited. Special guest of honor, Professor Moji Adeyeye, FPSN, Director General, NAFDAC. Special guest, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashiu Ahmed, Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, PCN. Distinguished guest of honor, Pharmacist Cyril Lucifer, FPSN, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Special guest, Pharmacist Adewale Oladigulu, FPSN, Chairman, Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, ACPN. Keynote speaker, Pharmacist Uzoma Ezeoke, Executive Director, Emzo Pharmaceuticals Limited. Plenary session panelist, Pharmacist Bolanle Adekunle, COO, Baidu Pharmacy. Pharmacist IG Anoku, FPSN, COO, Alpha Pharmacy. Pharmacist Salamotu Orakwelu, Chairman, PSN Abuja. Chief host, Pharmacist Omarai, CEO at New Heart Pharmaceuticals. Date is Thursday, 30th May 2024. Venue, Radisson Blue Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Time 9 a.m. This is a hybrid event and physical attendance is strictly by invitation, while the event will be broadcast live on Pharmacy TV YouTube channel for all the virtual attendees. Subscribe today for live notification when event goes live. Announcer PWDAN CPC.
Thank you. Please, all our guests out there, please would like to request we come into the hall right now. We're starting. Thank you. Please help me look to your right and to your left. Welcome the special people sitting across your table beside you. Let's exchange a hand of love. Let's exchange pleasantries right now. Welcome. Good morning, sirs. Good morning, Mars. Thank you for coming. We sincerely appreciate you all. Please don't be a stranger. You can move around for a few minutes. Let's welcome ourselves. And to our guests joining us online, thank you for being part of this conference. It's an hybrid event. Some have joined us from various parts of Nigeria and the entire globe. Thank you. Please help me call on everybody around the exhibition area. We want them to move inside the hall right now. The chairman of the occasion is seated. We need to start now. Thank you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, officially we're starting now. You're welcome to the annual conference and exhibition 2024 powered by PWDAN. Please, a round of applause for ourselves. Come on, let's celebrate PWDAN for this fantastic conference. The event started yesterday strictly for the members, and today's been extended to bring various key stakeholders across the pharma supply value chain to be part of this conference. So we are starting now, and I would like to specially welcome all our guests, friends in the pharma sector, the companies that have sponsored us, various companies that have come to exhibit their products and wares. We say a big thank you to every one of you because this is a partnership that is working and it will continue to work by the special grace of God. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us all to stand on our feet for the national anthem. Please, may we rise for the national anthem. And in case you don't know, we have a new national anthem right now. We are singing the new national anthem. Okay, we are okay. You know, wait, DJ, just hold on. DJ, hold on. So that we don't go against the law of the land. I don't want us to go against the law of the land. It has been signed into law. We have a renewed national anthem. So it's renewed hope and it's renewed national anthem. So ladies and gentlemen, the wordings or the lyrics are on the screen and we all have to learn and do the honors for Nigeria. So the national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you. May we have our seats. Let's clap for Nigeria. Come on. Yes, it's new. Definitely over time, we're going to get used to it. I can imagine that a lot of schools will cancel assembly this morning because even the school owner does not know the national anthem. You can imagine the confusion that this will cause across the land. The teachers will be singing the old one. The students will be singing everybody will just be going off key. Like something happened in my house this morning on a lighter note. Our landlady was asking our landlord for money. And landlord said, if you cannot recite the new national anthem, I'm not giving you money. And that's how the man was able to free himself. So please, men, you can use this so that we can spread the national anthem. Tell our wives to go and learn the new national anthem. It shall be well with us by the special grace of God. So thank you. We're starting now. I'd like to especially appreciate all our friends that have been part of this. Thank you to every one of you. And for a special mention, I want to say a big thank you to Nutrify, Emzor, and National Laborex for the sponsorship. Please, a round of applause for our major sponsors. We appreciate you all. Nutrify, Emzor, Pharmaceuticals, and National Laborex. We say a big thank you to you for partnering with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have in our midst, seated already, the chairman of the event is the managing director, Reals Pharmaceutical Limited. Please help me celebrate and welcome pharmacist Radisson Popola. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Also, we have in our midst the ACPN Chairman Lagos State, Pharmacist Tolu Ajayi. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Also, we have in our midst from the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. She's the representative. Please help me celebrate as I welcome Dr. Itsuno Akiware. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you for joining us. Also, we have, I'm not sure if they're around, but definitely in the course of this conference, they will be around us. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're expecting to join us the Registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashew Ahmed, the DG of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye. We're also expecting the National Chairman Association of Community Pharmacists, ACPN, Pharmacist Adewale Oladigbolu, is around. Oh, she's representing. Please, let's celebrate her mom. She's representing the National Chairman of ACPN. You're welcome, ma'am. And also, we're expecting a distinguished guest of honor, the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria Pharmacists, Professor Cyril Usifo. Will be joining us at the course of the event. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please let's specially welcome the host, the chairman of PWDAN Pharmacies, Omar. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting our time, we move swiftly to what we've come here to do today. Today, we have seated in our midst various wholesalers, distributors. We have the various stakeholders in the pharma supply chain, and then all our friends in this business. Today, we've come today to learn, to unlearn, to learn new strategies on how to do things better. And also in the course of this conference, we'll be having a panel session where we'll be talking more about how to get things done. The theme for this conference is enhancing access to quality, safe, effective, affordable medicine, the role of the pharma distributor, wholesaler in Nigeria. We're also honored. The keynote speaker is the Executive Director of Emzor Pharmaceutical Limited, Pharmacist Uzoma Ezeoke. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much for joining us, ma. So, ladies and gentlemen, to kick the event started, my name is Pharmacist Ayo Badijoko. It's a pleasure to be standing right in front of you this morning. To give the welcome address, I would like to invite the chairman of the Conference Planning Committee, Pharmacist Adebayo Afon. Please, a round of applause for him as he gives his welcome address. Pharmacist Adebayo.
Good morning, everybody, and you're welcome. I want you to permit me to stand on existing protocols. Yes. Okay, that's good. Anyway, to the chairman of the occasion, greetings, you're welcome. So, the representative of NAFDAC, to the ACPN chairman and represented here, and to everybody seated, you are all welcome. Each year, the gathering of pharmaceutical wholesalers and distributors in Nigeria, along with other stakeholders in the pharmaceutical industry, marks an important event. This year's theme, enhancing access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines. The role of the pharma distributor wholesaler in Nigeria highlights our collective focus. Today's proceeding aims to chart new strategies for improving patients' access to affordable and high-quality medicines in Nigeria. We have assembled regulators, manufacturers, importers, wholesalers, distributors, and community pharmacists, with each group playing a crucial role in enhancing access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines. We are honored here to have Radisson, Fellow of the PCN, Managing Director of Reals Pharmaceuticals Limited, as the chairman of today's event. Our keynote speaker, Pharmacist Uzoma Ezioke, the Executive Director of Emzo Pharmaceuticals Limited, will share our insights, experiences, challenges, and suggestions and solutions regarding the role of pharma distributor / wholesaler can adapt and challenges and can adapt to enhance access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines. We are privileged to have top executives from the Apex regulatory bodies, the NAFDAC and PCN, with us today. Our special guest of honor, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, FPSN, amply represented today, and the pharmacist Ibrahim Babasheu Ahmed, the PCN registrar. Both have consistently supported our association since its inception, and we deeply appreciate their presence and ongoing support. Our distinguished guest of honor, in person of Professor Cyril Usifo, President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and Pharmacist Adewale Oladibolu, ACPN Chairman, are supposed to be here. They have been instrumental to encouraging our membership and supporting our goal of professionalizing pharmaceutical wholesaling and distribution, which in turn enhances access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines. Also invited are panelists from key sectors of the pharma supply chain. Pharmacist Bolanle Adekunle from the retail pharmacy sector, Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku, FPSN, from the industrial sector, and Pharmacist Salamatu Orakwelu from the hospital pharmacy sector. They will share their experiences, challenges, and propose solutions to help regulators support the regulated in achieving better access to quality medicines in Nigeria. I would like to extend my special appreciation to the PWDAN Board of Trustees, the executive members, and my committee for the opportunity to serve as the chairman of this planning committee for this conference this year. We have all worked tirelessly to bring this event to fruition. A very big thank you to our sponsors for believing in the PWDAN dream and vision and objectives and supporting us. I encourage everyone to visit the exhibition stands outside during this coffee break for valuable networking opportunities. Lastly, I want to thank everyone here today, both in person and virtually. Your presence is greatly appreciated. You are welcome to PWDAN Conference and Exhibition 2024. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, let's celebrate him one more time. He is the chief planner. We celebrate you, sir. Also, I would like to specially appreciate and recognize the representative of the National Chairman, ACPN, ably represented by the National Vice Chairman. Please let me celebrate Pharmacist Bridget Atadi Otote. Please a round of applause for her. Thank you for joining us. We celebrate you, man. And also representing the DG of NAFDAC, we are honored to have Pharmacist Bitmos Fredon. Please a round of applause for him. He's the Director, Post-Marketing Surveillance Directorate. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, sir. Up next, I would like to bring forward to give his goodwill message, his welcome goodwill message, the chairman of PWDAN, Pharmacist Omare. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes to welcome us all.
Thank you, Ayo. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our special event for PWDAN 2024 conference. I will try to establish further protocols so that subsequently anybody that comes on can just stand on it. So I will try to add to what Pharmacist Bayo had already done during his speech. I want to specially recognize the chairman for this occasion, Pharmacist Ade Popola, Fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence to chair this interesting gathering of wholesalers and distributors. When we gave you a call, the conversation was less than 5 minutes before you accepted to be here as chairman for this occasion. We appreciate your commitment and your support. I also want to welcome the representative. Okay, so we have sent out an invitation to the DG of NAFDAC, and while we had a meeting with her 2 Fridays ago, she mentioned that our program is clashing with an initially scheduled program, but she has sent a very strong representatives of the agency in the person of pharmacist Fredan Brutus to join in encouraging and speaking to us during the course of this conference. So welcome you, sir, to this conference. Pharmacist Fredan has been one of our biggest cheerleaders in the agency, always speaking on our behalf and making some of our engagements possible. I welcome you, sir, to this meeting. I also reached out to, for some of you that don't know, PWDAN members, we all belong to the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. We all derive our licenses when we get clearance from ACPN before PCN gives us any form of license for the year. And so, naturally, the ACPN chairman is like the father of the wholesalers and distributors. Unfortunately, he's not able to make it today, but he has sent an equally strong representation in the person of Bridget Otote, the deputy chairman, not vice chairman, yes, to represent him in this event. We were chatting earlier on, and she was telling me that she doesn't have, she needs a lot of clarity and visibility as per what PWDAN is really, really doing. And I think that's part of the objective of this conference, which is to bring to the fore some of the things that we do as an organization. I also want to welcome the keynote speaker. I guess I will leave that for our introduction subsequently. I welcome you, madam. I also reached out to the president of the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. She really loved the idea of what we are doing as PWDAN and would have loved to be here. Unfortunately, as we speak, she's in Ghana for another conference, and she has sent her own representative who will give them the opportunity to speak. Again, all of these things that we are doing is trying to bring people together to discuss issues that affect wholesaling and distribution in Nigeria. The list is endless. I recognize everybody that has spent time to come to this meeting this morning. For the sake of time, I will leave further recognitions to the MC for today. But I just want to go straight to my welcome address. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the Annual Conference and Exhibition 2024 of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria. And like the theme indicates, we say we are discussing enhancing access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines, the role of the pharma distributor and wholesaler in Nigeria. Now, for all we know, everything revolves around what the wholesaler and distributor is doing in Nigeria when it comes to access to quality, safe, and effective medicine. Our role cannot be neglected. It is so key and so important. And that is why we are having a conversation around it. And It's a testament to our unwavering commitment to driving the growth and development of the pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria. We strongly believe that when the wholesale and distribution sector of the pharmaceutical supply chain is strengthened and is able to do and play its role, a lot of the issues that we have as far as, in fact, a lot of the headache that our regulators have, specifically NAFDAC has, will just disappear without too many issues. And so it's so important that for everything that has to do with medicines, the role of the wholesaler and distributor must be considered, especially as we are in places where our guests, special guests, and we are in places where we can have conversations around the importance of the supply chain. The role of the wholesaler cannot be overemphasized. So I'm truly honored to stand before you today, and I would like to express my sincere appreciation to everyone who has been a part of this journey that PWDAN represents. Special appreciation goes to all of you for taking the time to be here. Your presence is a testament to your dedication and passion for our industry, and it is through events like this that we can come together, share knowledge, and chart a course towards a brighter future. We have to keep on engaging. We have to keep on discussing. The issues that PWDAN is taking on as a group are issues that have been in existence for as far back as I can remember. I once said 30 years ago we were dealing with issues of chaotic drug distribution in Nigeria, and then somebody corrected me and said, her own is 40 years ago. I'm sure when I say 30 years, somebody else will say 20 years ago. Somebody else will say 10 years ago. It all depends on how long you've been in the pharma industry, but it is something that has been with us for so many years. So as the chairman of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, I am acutely aware of the crucial role we play in the pharmaceutical supply chain. We are the vital link between manufacturers and healthcare providers, ensuring that quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines reach the hands of those who need them the most. Our industry is faced with numerous challenges, from regulatory hurdles to supply chain disruption, but it is through our collective effort and expertise of our members that we can overcome these obstacles. Today, we are privileged to have a repertoire of knowledge in our keynote speaker and panelists who will share their insights and strategies on how we can enhance access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines in Nigeria. I'm sure we are going to learn a lot from today's keynote address speaker. We had conversations around the topic, and it was quite exciting when we started talking about some of the issues that plague our industry. And I hope that the conversations today will begin to share light on how we can move all of this narrative forward. So as we delve into the discussions and deliberations in continuation of this conference that started yesterday with a training of our members by the regulators on good storage and distribution practices, I encourage you all to actively participate, share your experiences, and contribute to the collective wisdom that will shape the future of our industry. Today, we can drive innovation, improve distribution channels, and ensure that every Nigerian have access to the essential medicines they need. As a way of doing this, we had trainings yesterday. We have our members, that is Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, our members, we've been building capacity. We continue to build capacity. We had the privilege of hosting a training session yesterday where the representative of NAFDAC and PCN were there to discuss good distribution practice. And it is one of the key areas that we are looking at. When we have good distribution practice right, then it means that our stakeholders that are here, importers and manufacturers, they can be sure that when they give us their products, the products remains in pristine condition until it gets to the retail end, and then, of course, until it gets to the end user. So we've been having all of this training to equip us so that we will be in a better position to do and to carry out our responsibilities as wholesalers. And I can assure you that we are the only group that is doing this, that is taking time to build capacity. And that is why we are open to having conversations with our stakeholders to tell them, look, we are ready to take on this responsibility and to bring integrity back into our pharmaceutical supply chain. So in closing, I would like to once again express my gratitude to all of you for being here today. I know we're all very busy people. It takes a whole lot of effort and sacrifice to make the time to join us at this meeting. Special thanks to our sponsors for believing in PWDAN. We've got sponsors who have been with us since this association was inaugurated 4 years ago. They've consistently been a part of what we do. So I want to especially thank our sponsors for believing in PWDAN and supporting us despite the economic challenges. I want to also thank our regulators. Every time we call them, they hear and they answer. They don't just answer, they give us the support that we need. I'm talking about the PCN and NAFDAC. We are always giving us a listening ear and supporting our efforts. Our parent associations, that is the PSN and the ACPN, for your continued support to PWDAN since inception. The keynote speaker and the panelists for accepting to be a part of this discussion. Our chairman for today will graciously accept to lead proceedings for this program. The list goes on. I want to say thank you to every one of us. Let us use this opportunity to network, learn, and collaborate as we work towards a stronger, more resilient, and more equitable pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria that guarantees access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines for all. Thank you, and I wish us all a productive and engaging conference. God bless.
Please, he deserves another round of applause. Thank you for the good job you're doing, sir. The vision of PWDAN is to build integrity in supply chain through collaboration, capacity building, and quality service delivery. And that is why they're spreading the gospel to the world to know that just give them the audience, give them the attention, and definitely majority of the problem we're experiencing in the pharma supply chain will be solved. And we believe this definitely is going to be possible. The chairman of the occasion is going to speak to us shortly. But just before I bring him on, we'd like to take some goodwill messages from some of our partners. And I would like to first invite the representative of the DG of NAFDAC. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have the #1 pharmacist in Nigeria. Please help me celebrate with a round of applause, pharmacist Professor Cyril Yusufo, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please, let's celebrate him. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I join everyone to welcome the PSN National President. And please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I'm representing the Director General NAFDAC. Fred Mbitrus is my name, Director Post-Marketing Surveillance. She didn't give me a paper to present, but I will share her thoughts with you. We spoke, and she told me gave me her thoughts, towards this program. Yes, I wish to congratulate the chairman and members of PWDAN for consistently holding this conference. This is a great milestone, and I commend you for this achievement. I thank God for the birth of PWDAN and the progress so far. It is an indication that there is light at the end of the tunnel. May God enable PWDAN to take over very soon as the only means of distribution of medical products in Nigeria. This will guarantee quality, safe, effective, and affordable medication access. I wish to note here that the starting point for this lofty dream is professional practice, supply chain integrity, and compliance with regulatory requirements. The theme for this conference is not only timely, but it also aligns with the universal health coverage and the goal of the SDG 3, which aims to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. Please remember that we all went through rigorous training to acquire knowledge for this service. We are professionals and not apprentices. Professionals will continue to train and to get better. Hence, the PCN continuous education is apt. I hope the delivery gets better. Professionals must distinguish themselves in all aspects of their delivery. What we do whenever we receive stocks is important. Where do you get the stocks is important. When the stock gets delivered, what do we do to ensure that the stock is of the quality your clients need? Do not just collect and put on the shelves. Take your time and assess the stocks that you have. Not any suspicious observation and find out from other colleagues or NAFDAC or the company. You must know that some products are time and temperature sensitive and should be handled with special care and under very special conditions. You must also know that there are different temperature zones, and products meant for other zones may not be stable in our zones for a long time or as long as the shelf life that is written on it. Currently, in Nigeria, the distribution of medical products is not under control and requires urgent intervention. PWDAN, PMGMAN, APIN, ACPN, NIROFARM, PCN, and NAFDAC are the solution to this problem. Shall we continue like this? I think the answer is no. And think that we can enhance access to quality, safe, and effective products? The obvious answer is no. We must collaborate collectively, close the gap between us with a singular goal of meeting the health needs of Nigerians. The supply chain must be under control to avoid infiltration by substandard and falsified medicines. The supply must be in line with established legislation and regulations. Each entity or participant in the supply chain must adhere to all applicable laws and conditions. There must be appropriate documentation to ease traceability. This will soon be a thing of the past because the digitized traceability project embarked by NAFDAC is online. The relevant entities in the chain must collaborate against the risks of some standard and falsified medicines entering into the supply chain. The entities, including the regulator, must share information and their observations and discoveries. Regulatory compliance. The country has laws and regulations, including notes, even to the industry, that should be complied with to ensure compliance. This directly impacts access to medical products of quality, safety, effectiveness, and affordability. The focus is the consumer. The needs are different in different places by various individuals and persons. NAFDAC, in recognition of these facts, made provisions for service drugs scheme and orphan drugs. However, some people abused the scheme because their focus was first on the economic gain and not the patients. I think the spirit of the Asians is impacting on us, in which case theirs is economy and not really the patient. The present economy in Nigeria is not easy at all, Thus, it borders on the cost of the products and may not be affordable to all patients. The pharmacist must make provision for such patients. The Code of Ethics of Pharmacists, number 3, under the preamble reads, every registered pharmacist must be willing to render efficient and cost-effective professional service at all times. He must avoid any act of omission or commission which is capable of prejudicing or impairing confidence in the pharmacy profession. Under Section 1, Duty to Patients, a pharmacist should hold the health and the safety of patients to be of first consideration and should provide to each patient with relevant information on drugs and medical products. Number 3 says a pharmacist should never condone or assist therein the manufacture, importation, promotion, distribution, storage, and sale or dispensing of drugs, poisons, and medical products that are not of good quality, of which do not meet standard required by law. Under the pharmacy, Section 2, in every pharmacy, there should be a superintendent pharmacist in personal control of the pharmacy. He shall be primarily responsible for the observance of proper standards of conduct in connection with its operations. Under the general section, it says a pharmacist should not display any material either on the premises, in the press, or elsewhere in connection with the sale of the public to the public of medicines or medical appliances which is undignified in style. And C says a pharmacist should not sell or purchase drug poisons and medicinal products from unauthorized or illegal sources. The good storage and distribution practices guidelines and regulations are available to help guide the good practices to enhance access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines. An electronic copy of this is available on the website. Also, NAFDAC has notes for the industry that we need to also pay attention to, and our practice will be guided. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate NAFDAC for all the great works they are doing across the land. Thank you, sir. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, up next for the goodwill message on behalf of the national chairman of the community pharmacists. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome pharmacist Bridget Atadi Otote. She's the national vice chairman representing ACPN. Please, let's celebrate her. She comes forward to give the goodwill message.
Good morning, the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, all other dignitaries on the front row, and of course, all participants at this conference. Permit me to stand on already established protocol. My name is Pharmacist Bridget Aladi Otote, a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and the National Vice Chairman, ACPN. I'm here to represent my chairman, Prince Wale Oladigbolu. So today, take it that my name is Prince Wale Oladigbolu. So if I say I, it is Oladigbolu who is saying I. I would like to congratulate PWDAN on the very apt thing of today's conference. Our drug distribution in Nigeria's system is at a pivotal point where significant improvements are needed to ensure the availability of safe drugs. to our populace. Currently, we are faced with challenges such as counterfeit drugs, substandard products, inefficient distribution networks, and regulatory gaps that compromise the health and well-being of our citizens. As stakeholders in the pharmaceutical industry, we must collectively work towards a future where the drug distribution landscape in Nigeria is characterized by transparency, efficiency, and adherence to best practices. We ought to be at a point where every Nigerian has access to genuine medication, where supply chains are secure, and where regulatory oversight is robust to safeguard public health. To achieve this vision, collaboration among all players in the pharmaceutical value chain is paramount. Pharmacies, wholesalers, regulators, manufacturers, and other stakeholders must work together to strengthen the drug distribution system in Nigeria, implement stringent quality control measures, and enhance monitoring and enforcement mechanisms. I urge all of us gathered here today to commit to upholding the highest standards of professionalism, ethics, and integrity in our respective roles. Let us prioritize the health and well-being of our fellow Nigerians above all else and strive to create a drug distribution system that is worthy of their trust. I once more appreciate PWDAN for coming up with the group PWDAN as a child of ACPN, because each time, I'm sure we are going to observe that each time anyone mounts this podium, we are going to speak of one thing, the chaotic drug distribution system. And like the chairman of PWDAN stated earlier, it's a problem that has been evolving with time. It's a hydra-headed problem that PWDAN has come up as a plug to the solution. So I say, PWDAN, well done. In conclusion, I'm confident that by working together with a shared sense of purpose and dedication, we can transform the state of drug distribution in Nigeria for the better. Let us seize this opportunity to make a positive impact on the lives of millions and contribute to the advancement of healthcare in our great nation. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion and collaboration during this conference. Together, we can build a brighter future for a pharmaceutical drug distribution in Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, one more time, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much, ma'am. So up next is the representative of the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. She is the Managing Director of Medbury Medical Services. Please help me welcome Dr. Itsuno Akinware as she comes to give a goodwill message.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I stand firmly on existing protocol. Thank you very much for having us here today. I'm representing the President of the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. For those of us that don't know the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, I'm just going to say a little bit about us. We're a coalition of all private sector, health sector stakeholders. What that means is that we bring together everyone within the healthcare value chain, from those in the hospital segment and healthcare providers, to the pharmacists, to nursing, to diagnostics. We bring everyone together under one umbrella, and we find that this is important because we need to push for policy advocacy, we need to collaborate better, we need to work together for the benefit of our patients. Today, I'm going to be reading the goodwill message on behalf of our president, Dr. Pamela Ajayi, who is unavoidably absent. I'm going to try very hard to speak as she would speak. For those of us that know her, she's very soft-spoken. So I will try. All right, so here it goes. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me. We are honored to have been invited to give this important goodwill message at PWDAN Annual Conference and Exhibition 2024. While I regret not being able to be here in person, the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria sincerely appreciates the opportunity to highlight the vital role of pharmaceutical wholesalers and distributors in enhancing access to safe, quality, effective, and affordable medicines in Nigeria. For too long, Nigeria has been plagued with fake drugs and low standards driven by an unethical open market. It is time for change. Pharmaceutical wholesalers and distributors play a crucial role in the healthcare supply chain, acting as intermediaries between manufacturers and healthcare providers. Their contribution is even more critical in a country facing numerous healthcare infrastructure challenges. First, wholesalers and distributors enhance accessibility, ensuring essential medicines reach every corner of the country, from urban centers to rural villages. Second, they play a pivotal role in ensuring quality and safety, adhering to stringent regulations and quality control measures. Third, they contribute significantly to making medicines affordable, negotiating better prices, and managing supply and demand. Their role can be especially crucial in the context of public health emergencies, where their ability to rapidly mobilize and distribute essential medicines and vaccines can save countless lives. This conference will help to deepen our understanding of the important role they play and help us to drive additional value-added services that enhance the overall healthcare system. Speaking on behalf of the private sector, the HFN appreciates the role of PWDAN in Nigeria, that role in bridging the gap between medicine manufacturers and patients, and convening such a conference to ensure that medicines are accessible, safe, effective, and affordable to safeguard public health and enhance the overall healthcare delivery system in our country. As we look to the future, it is imperative that we continue to support and strengthen these entities, ensuring that they have the resources and regulatory framework needed to carry out their essential work and ultimately achieve better health outcomes for all Nigerians. Thank you once more. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's celebrate them one more time. All right, so I would like to ask if the chairman of NAIP is around or representative would like to have your goodwill message. If not, so ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring forward our father to give his fatherly goodwill message to inspire and to motivate every one of us. Please help me celebrate and bring forward, as I bring forward the number one pharmacist in Nigeria, pharmacist Professor Cyril Yusufo. Please, a round of applause for him. He's the president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm always very happy when you bring him to moderate whatever we are doing. And also when I see the ACPN chairman, I'm also very happy. And the simple reason is that I have somebody at least I'm a little bit fairer than for both of them. Because when I'm with my classmates, former classmate Ernesto Cafo, I look like somebody always on the dark side. The chairman of the occasion, my very good friend, Adesami Aikupola, you've always shown your love for pharmacy, and thank you for the good work. I made a promise and I will fulfill it. I will definitely visit your facility before I leave as PSN president. I always keep to my promise just for one simple reason. I only proposed to one girl and I married her, and I've been married for over 30-something years. The chairman of PWDA, I'm happy I'm able to make it. I couldn't make it when my very good friend was chairman. They were conflicting dates. Again, it happened this year, but when we spoke, I made a promise, and I canceled my trip to Warri. Thank God the deputy president is there to handle it. I can see the chairman of my CPC, Dr. Monica Emujeze. You know she's my brother's wife. The chairman of ACPN, I was happy to know that we're all men, so our dear Aladi, Bridget Otete, you were actually speaking, and I heard the voice of Prince Adewale Oladibolu. I want to plead with you to take time to listen to the executive director of EMSO when she speaks. I'm not trying to say something that is somehow in space, but whenever she mounts the podium to talk, she has something to deliver. I've always told somebody, if you are a teacher or a professor like me for over 22 years, you must also be a good student. And then you listen and take something home because it builds you. And the German proverb says that learning stops when you die. And so if we are here, we must be ready to learn. So I will plead with you very seriously to listen to the keynote address speaker when she speaks. Having said that, please allow me to stand on already established protocol. But let me not forget our DG NAFDAC. Please, when you get back, tell her happy birthday in arrears. I wished her happy birthday. And we have been very good friends before she became DG NAFDAC. And we are still good friends. But that doesn't prevent PSN from I will just make this comment that if we don't get drugs, if we don't procure our drugs from centers that are not just accredited but that are genuine, then NAFDAC will have a lot of problems. When hospitals and others go to open drug market to purchase their drugs, there are going to be issues. And PWDAN is a genuine center that we should encourage people to procure their drugs. So I would advise that as much as possible, let's preach the message. Let's make sure that people, even pharmacists, why would pharmacists gather together and you know this, what they sell are genuine products, and you will leave these centers and go somewhere else to procure your drugs? I'm happy with the RL of industrial persons here. It shows that they have a good link with the wholesalers and distributors. And they're indirectly sending a message without saying it that, look, if you want to procure your drug, go to them. Thank you very much that I saw my very good Egbon Kuka as a member of this. I can even see that there. You know, I don't know the carry last. We had a heartbeat. And it's true because we found out that even highly placed persons, even in Edo State, when they want to procure their drug, they will always ask such and such place. That's why our former senior citizen, Edo Welfare, his pharmacy was located where you don't have houses, you know, where you don't have mainly commercial area. But because people were sure of the products, they will always go there to purchase their drugs. So I want to ask them to please keep on this good work, continue to preach the message, and continue to work essentially to make sure that what pharmacists don't know, especially after graduating, will get to know it. One thing I teach in quality control is this. If you don't have the pieces of equipment to run analysis for your product, when the reputation of the wholesaler or distributor is known, please purchase your drug. You are sure of the quality. On that, I want to wish us a fruitful deliberation, and I must say that I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Wow. So that wraps up the goodwill messages for this conference. And ladies and gentlemen, without wasting our time, we're about to declare this conference open. And I would like to invite the chairman to do this for us as he gives the chairman's opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Managing Director of Reels Pharmaceutical Limited, Pharmacist Ade Popola, the chairman of this occasion. Please, a round of applause for him for his opening remarks. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I would have loved to stand on a sitting protocol, but because the president of PSN is here, I can't stand on it. I have to recognize his presence. The president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, my president, Professor Osifu, I recognize you. The chairman of PWDAN, my brother, I recognize you, and all other protocols observed. You know, these are my stakeholders. I cannot afford not to answer their call. Just ask me to jump, and I'll ask you how I should jump. So when I was called, I said, look, you have to be chairman. I said, what date? They gave me the date. And as a rule, I don't go out on Thursdays. Yeah, because I need to take some time. I'm getting old now. So I just stay in the house on Thursdays, do my little here and there. Because on Sunday, I'm always busy. On Saturday, I'm in different parties. So from Monday till another Saturday, body no be wood. So I have to tell myself, I have to slow down and take a day of the week off. So today is my day off. So when I told my wife I'm going, I said, are you not resting today? I said, I will rest next Thursday. Let me go and answer the people that can determine the level of rest I can have. So I'm here. I'd like to commend PWDAN for their initiative. You know, I sat there and I was listening. It's a good initiative. There's a lot of things we can do better over the years, and we are doing it better now. Because there are a lot of disruptions that is going on in the markets. And the earlier we take stand on some of these things, the better for the industry. When I mean industry, I mean the profession. I appreciate once again the efforts we have taken so far in the last few years. This organization has been set up. So now, my own chairman's speech. The emergence of PWDAN is a multi-layered step in the pharmacy value chain, and we have been playing the role effectively in an ethical manner since formation. I say ethical manner because we've been complaining we are not taking steps. Now we are taking steps. Most of the PSM meeting I go to, we just talk and talk and talk and talk. After that, we all go home. We come back again. What do? Talk and talk and talk. We go home. So I can tell you what we are going to say in the next meeting. But now we are taking steps to effectively have a good distribution system in place. We should be encouraged by all. What we need to do, I will be closing with it. I've seen that the association has created a niche for pharmaceutical distribution, which includes the development of IT solutions and proper distribution network. This particular step is proving that you are not ready to play with the crowd since you were born an eagle. You don't want to play with the crowd. Eagles don't play with the crowd. You are pharmacists. You are trained for ethical practice. As you set yourself up for that, I can see you are doing it in the right way. I've always loved when associations take time out of their busy schedule to share best practices I didn't even know you have session like that yesterday. You need to keep taking time off. You might not be able to take 6 weeks off, 3 weeks off, 1 month off, but 2-3 days coming together to share best practice, ask relevant questions among ourselves in order to improve our practices, our businesses. Some may be able to take long time away from their business for refresher courses, which is recommended, of course. But when we interact, we pick 1 or 2 things that will impact our businesses. That's what I've learned. When you interact with like minds, you pick things that impact your businesses. Sometimes I'll be in a meeting, of like minds. You see me picking my phone, I'm giving instruction to the office. Because by the time I leave that place, I might forget what I pick up. So I just give instruction. Please do this, do this. As I sat there, I was already giving instruction on what to do. That's why all the time I don't want to play with the crowd. I don't want to do other people's businesses. I don't want to be in what other businesses other people are. I want to distinguish myself. That's the way we are trained, and that's what it should be. Because everybody is doing paracetamol, they want to do paracetamol. We are like that in pharmacy. Some years ago, my good brother came to me and said, look, Francis Popola, I know you can do this. I said, what? He said, ibuprofen suspension. He said, there's nobody doing it. Everything is imported. You still remember? I said, give me 6 months, it will be in the market. We were able to be in the market for 4 years. Then the crowd came. Came in big numbers. I just smiled. But at that time, we moved on. We should always look for new things that's not existing. In our areas of practice, there will always be gaps. Even in pharma distribution, there will always be gaps. And I'll tell you what gaps I've noticed in your practices. And I'll tell you how to go about it. Currently, we are in what is called VUCA economy. You know VUCA economy? VUCA means it is volatile economy. It is, number 2, it's uncertain. It's complex and ambiguous. When you wake up this morning, they say, oh, Naira has gone to 1,100. And you believe that is the truth. And you look at your prices as manufacturer or importer or whatever. You want to cost at 1,100 because maybe the warehouse is full. And a week after, they say, oh, it has gone back to 1,500. Volatile. I don't know how the wholesalers are managing it too. It's a volatile economy. It's uncertain. These are things you need to know. By the time you go to market this week, you buy at X Naira. If you finish selling, you go to the market, you buy X plus X Naira. And you have not taken the replacement cost into consideration. That means you are losing your capital. That's why the multinationals cannot cope. But we, the local people, we have what is called high adversity quotients. This one in our country. High what? We are able to withstand some storm. It will come. But we can foresee it. Because we are flexible. So as businessmen, you must be flexible. That means if the price is going up, you must go up. It's not that you should remain there until the product is expired. If it's coming down, look at your profit. What can you take? So we are in VUCA economy. The business is highly impacted by the changing, unstable, and unpredictable season. When you need to sit tight on your business, or else you'll be bleeding cash without knowing. Let me explain. I've studied pharmacy and pharmacy practice. We are so disjointed. Every day, new association will come up. And every day we want to belong to them. You now find out that you don't have time for the business. Our competitors will sit down with their business. They will sit down. Pharmacy profession, this meeting, that meeting, this meeting, that meeting. The boys that are taking care of the business, they are not wood. But once your presence is there, you'll be able to sit down your business. I see here some people that are like that, and that business is growing. So we must be able to look at that part of our profession or practice to help us, so that our business will not be too affected by the uncertain economy that we are in. Thank God we have a seasoned and experienced keynote speaker that will help us to navigate the topic. And I will be looking forward with my jotter. I didn't know you give me jotter. I brought my own jotter, so that I can learn today and move to the next level. So I'll tell you, each and everyone that is here, determined to learn and move to the next level. Where you have stayed too long. So you need to do what? Move up. Tell your neighbor, move up. We need to move up. So, and it's going to give us, it will shed light on how to play our role effectively and enhance access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicine. But I want to underscore affordable. When you are talking of affordability, how do you define it in an uncertain economy? How do you define the cost of inhalers that are fully imported? That move from, I don't use it, I don't sell it. That move for X, I don't want to mention value, to 4X. X to 4X. Am I communicating? How do you define that as affordable? People that are challenged in their salaries or income, how do they afford Ventolin inhaler? So you must tell us today. My sister, we want to listen to you. For me, I want to know how I can have safe and effective medicine and to still be affordable. If you can give me that cure, I'm very happy. So we are here to learn more. Please let us focus on what we are here to do for a few hours. Let's put away our phones and tablets and come up with comments, questions that will help us to move forward. Before I say I welcome you, I want to advise that member of PWDAN should set up a marketing unit of 1 or 2 people that will go to the hospitals around your area. That's the only way you can bring them in. Don't complain that they are not patronizing you. You go to them. Just one. You can start with one person. Let them go from hospital to hospital and go and bring them in. All the private hospitals in your territory, let them patronize you. Because you have brought services to them and you are going to deliver to them. If you do that, you see that your business will move up. Finally, I want to thank you for inviting me. God bless you.
The chairman deserves another round of applause. Thank you, sir. And if I'm to pick a few things from what he said ensure you call the office. As the ideas are dropping, call the office on what they are expected to do. Thank you very much. We celebrate you, sir. So the keynote speaker will be speaking in a few minutes' time. But before then, we have a presentation from one of our sponsors. All right, so we'll move to the keynote address right now. The presentation will come up after this. And also note that we'll be going for a coffee break shortly. And then during the coffee break, we can visit the exhibition stands. I want our exhibitors to be ready. Our participants will be visiting us in a few minutes' time. So, and after that, we'll be coming back for the panel session. And then we'll take it from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, the keynote address speaker is ready. And we'd like to bring her forward by reading a citation. So I want us to put it on the screen, media. So a citation, we have it on the screen right now. Pharmacist Uzoma Izeoke is the Executive Director at Emzo Pharmaceutical Industry Limited, a leading family-owned transgenerational wellness company. During almost 30 years as a registered pharmacist, a significant portion has been spent in the community practice, cultivating an enduring focus in healthcare consumer. Our responsibilities are diverse and focused on deepening Emzo's legacy in pharmaceutical manufacturing through product development initiatives that support the organization's commitment to import substitution. Our role provides many opportunities to work in emerging areas of the group business, including vaccines, medical equipment, consumables, and more recently, API manufacturing. She maintains a key focus on consumer relations and consumer communication, as well as fostering key partnerships and collaborations that align with Emzo's focus on domesticating healthcare solutions to the leading causes of maternal and child mortality on African continent. Pharmacist Uzoma is energized by artistic expression and is particularly drawn to spoken and written words. Ladies and gentlemen, she'll be speaking on enhancing access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines, the role of the pharma distributor and wholesaler in Nigeria. Please, with a round of applause, please welcome to the stage the keynote address speaker, Pharmacist Uzoma Izeoke. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good morning. You know, I would have stood on existing protocols, but some people have been calling me out. So if you'd permit me to put one step off the a wonderful platform that our chair has established. So first of all, thank you. Thank you so much, Chair, for the invitation, for an opportunity for myself and by extension Emzo to interact with family members. PSN Chair. I call him, Professor Sifo, I call him MTN because he literally is everywhere you go. So I just have to commend your commitment. Really and truly, I really have to commend your commitment. I just saw you a couple of days ago, and I was sure you'd have returned back. So thank you also for being here. And our chairman of the day, no pressure from you, but I also want to thank you for investing your Thursday. When somebody sets a day apart, it is really, really instructive to look at the things that they come off their schedule to commit to. So thank you so very much. And with that, I want to extend a warm welcome to PWDAN members and friends of the house. So I'll actually be running a presentation today. Okay, so somebody is controlling it. I suppose I'll just move my hand. Actually, that may not work. I move my hands a lot, but we'll figure it out. So, oh, perfect. Thank you. Let's just see how we're running. Great. So we are enhancing access. We're not here to talk about it. We've heard that we talk and talk and talk. We're here today to do some work. And that's to enhance access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medicines. Every element of these descriptors is critical. And we're specifically going to look at the role of the pharma distributor or wholesaler in Nigeria. Ooh, did I do that? No, I didn't. Okay. See, I'm giving you a bit of expo, but not too much. So PWDAN, it's really important to know where do you fit in. The distribution system is a value chain. We've heard all sorts of descriptions about what the value chain of pharmaceutical distribution is like in the country. So if you'll permit me, I like interactive discussions because that's how we get things done. You've identified that you will build the integrity through collaboration. So I would like to collaborate with PWDAN members this morning. For those who were in the seminar yesterday, I'm sure you learned a lot. But let's find out, what are some of the words that typically come up when we talk about what this chain of distribution of quality medicines, affordable medicines looks like in our country? Anybody? Some words? Chaotic. Okay. Anybody else? So we've heard VUCA today, chaotic. Okay. Uncoordinated? Unregulated? Haphazard? I'll take one more. Undefined. You know you've reported yourselves, though. Because you are inside this chain, and I did not hear any good words. So the question is, what good is PWDAN bringing to this chain? You know, I didn't give you the words, though. Shame you gave me. And not a single, well, undefined. Okay, maybe we'll stand on that one, because that's a word that also holds promise, because it speaks of the power that we have to define what this standout red link will be, what PWDAN will be as we look at this value chain. So we're not working in a vacuum. There was a master plan. I think it was said earlier that it's 20 years old, it's 30 years old. It's old, Sha. That's all I know. Is there a pointer here? But basically, this second edition, which the then minister, Professor Chukwu Onyebuchi, wrote the foreword on, he references as a second edition. I think the original document started in, okay, let me leave it. Let me leave that. But basically, there's a plan. We're not moving in a vacuum. We've had many meetings like this. Uncountable vats of puff-puff have been fried and consumed at meetings where we were discussing this very same issue. But this is essentially what it was supposed to look like. It was supposed to describe what the flow should look like. Manufacturers, in fact, I should just scratch out importers, just joking, we're all part of the value chain, are at the top because the source matters. A lot of mandates on manufacturers at the quality end, particularly, also affordability. There was the National Health Program and two major pillars here, which are probably the reason why this hasn't been able to take off. The MDDCs, the Mega Drug Distribution Centers, we're just starting to see them come together. I think Kano is the most recent, and we're all watching with great interest. I mean, my only regret with Kano, it was that they didn't allow me to buy empty shops because they went from about 3 million to 30 million. So I thought, what a missed investment, but they didn't allow. And then also the state drug distribution centers. That's also very important. I don't know how many people are aware of ARC-ESM. Is anybody aware of that organization? Okay. So they received funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to strengthen the supply chain of medicines. And there were a variety of mechanisms. Some states received endowments for seed funding because the stores were empty. I think we know that. I think we also know what happened to the drugs that were supposed to be revolving. It could also, to be fair, have been a combination of some of the challenges that we have today. Our chair for the occasion pointed out that you need to sit in your business so that you can count and calculate what is going on. I know a lot of people were burned by the very rapid and unpredictable fluctuations in the exchange rate. You know, one might think that, Emzo, you've been in business for so long, you should know. When the wind is blowing anyhow, something is bound to fly off unnoticed. So that's a very major issue. I think states were not as informed in what it takes to revolve your drug systems. It actually requires very strong financial controls, excellent forecasting and planning. So these are some of the elements that fortunately ARC-ESM is providing a lot of support to the states for. But here we are wholesalers. We've never been missing from this equation, have we? But the thing is, there are various classes. You know, when they say wholesalers, prior to having this very well-defined caucus of PWDAN, We were often tarred with the same brush as everybody else. So this, and I love the wholesalers are in the center. Whoever drew this schematic understands the assignment. Then, of course, we have community pharmacies, public health centers, and private institutions. And PPMVs are interestingly put in here. Sounds so much more official. But that's also a group to watch because that's gaining in a great deal of strength. And we see our regulators also interfacing in a new way at that level. And then last but not least, I think this was a photograph. Otherwise, we should have highlighted the consumer because that's why we're all here. All roads, all efforts, all integrity, all service should be with the consumer in mind. So if you, this is PWDAN. I'm not expecting that somebody does not have a smartphone. I'm not inside a major market right now. And no disrespect, they just don't bring the smartphones into the market when they have them. But if you would just take a moment, I think it's very easy, as in I could almost answer the questions myself. And they're only about 4 or 5. Oh, somebody has added in here that it's worth your while. So if you don't mind scanning that and completing that, it's not mentally taxing. I might just take a moment just to make sure that it's the link, the code is active, and you can actually log on. Okay, so basically it's just a little bit of trivia about NDDC, and I encourage you to fill it out completely. So whilst you're doing that, if I'm permitted to go on, but they said it's worth your while, and we know that time, a while is also another euphemism for capturing the passing of time. So I think time is important on this survey. That's all I'm going to say on that. All right, so I'm going to jump from the structure to the impact of the fact that we have not achieved this. 2009 was how many years ago? 2009, 2019, 25 years or 15 years? 15 years. 15 years ago. That's a very long time. Some children have transitioned into 3 tiers of education within that time. So I particularly liked this image because it's not that he got punched. This guy got rearranged. You know, the molecules are finding new assignments in his face right now. And that's just the same thing that has happened in our distribution system. Because of what we have not been able to accomplish, the molecules have arranged themselves in several unfavorable and very painful ways. And the biggest area is it's raised a question about what does access to quality medicines actually mean in Nigeria. If we're going to achieve this in our environment, not having a structured system that's well understood, I think undefined was one of the things that was mentioned. Chaotic really calls into question, can we have access to quality medicines? I should have added in Nigeria. So this is an article from 2002. And at the time, the then DG of NAFDAC was the late, great Dr. Dora Akunyili. And we all know the impact she had in our country on driving out and facing head on in a very bold way the prevalence of fake and substandard, I think, medicines. I think now we say falsified, and substandard. It's a very old story. That's why I pull this up. The people who fought this fight, some of them are no longer here, but the problem is still with us today. So the then PSN chair said that 70% of the drugs in Nigeria are imported. That's not what that says. It says 70% of the drugs in this country are fake. He didn't even say substandard. He said fake, which means that when at that time, if you went to any source, because obviously even then there were businesses like yours operating in integrity. If you went to any source, it's almost like playing roulette with a loaded gun, because you have no idea what's coming out, when you receive those drugs. So this is an old problem. Even the newspaper has become discolored. The problem is that old. Now, this one is, I think, 2004. So 2 years after we have the heads of regulatory body, the heads of pharmaceutical societies decrying the problem, 2 years later, it's still making front page news. This one is just focusing on anti-malarials, and I think this is part of what brought in programs like the Rollback Malaria as well, a program that was, largely executed with imported drugs. So it didn't even touch our economy, in that sense. So let's fast forward to 2022. So we've shifted. NAFDAC has said it's not 70%, it's 15%. I wasn't able to find any statistics that were more recent than this, but it still goes to show we're making solid progress in this regard. Now, this is another article from the BMJ from 2023, and it's still the same thing. Professor Cyril, this is you. But let me come down, because I must get this right, because he's taking notes. Oh, wow. Okay, I apologize. So it says, such counterfeits. This is interesting. Okay, I'll look at mine. Are the more visible side of the medicines in Nigeria. So Cyril Usufo, they didn't even write Prof. Who are these people? Goodness. President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria says that in some cases, a batch of falsified drugs are mixed with small quantities of the legitimate product. This can pass quality controls. What we really struggle with is the adulteration of products. Do you still stand by that, sir? He does. So I can go back on the podium. I'd have had to sit down if I presented something inaccurate. Okay, so the other major issue we have to consider is where's the nexus between quality and storage? Now, these are vaccine vials that have a VVM, the vaccine vial monitor. So you can see the progression from the pale blue and the square in the middle, darkening gradually. This will happen even under good storage as the vaccine nears its end of the shelf life. But the thing with this is this only applies to a very, very tiny proportion of the medicines that people are consuming. Most of the time, if you take a medicine, you take it on trust, you take it by faith, because there's nothing on the package outside of the expiry dates to let you know anything about the integrity of the products that you're taking. Now, if we say that, but you can see when it happens, by the time you get to see the discoloration or disintegration in an oral formulation, as when Lagos, so let me speak small condition, nowhere critical, by the time you're seeing this, a lot has been lost. Potency, degradation into dangerous byproducts, etc. So the fact of the matter is we are playing in the dark. Most consumers are playing in the dark. So the reason why I put this here is I heard you say, it's not us now. I have warehouses. So just look at the Assani Labarax warehouse there. I know there are members in this room. Let me not look at anybody in particular whose warehouses look like this. Excellent facilities, massive investments to protect the integrity of the products that they store. But we know that the majority of the transactions are not happening here. Otherwise, he would have underwritten this whole expo by himself. Abi? Yes. And we're going to get there. But this is not made up at all. This is actually an aerial shot of Idumota. And these are hawkers within Ariaria Market in Onitsha. So whether it is in situ and you have to come and get it, or whether it's being brought to you, we can all agree that this is a massive problem. But this is all of our problem, because if our dear regulators come to do post-market surveillance, they're going to trace up the value chain. Can they find, I said this was our area, can they find Chukwudi? Not easily. Maximum, he will drop that basket and run, But they can, if you are somebody with marketing authorization, they know exactly where to find you. If you're a manufacturer, there is nowhere for you to hide. So this is really all of our problem. I know it feels far removed, but because of how loose these channels are, all roads lead back to us, and somebody must go to jail. So I want to come on to the role of the regulator. So within EMSO, which started as a family business. There's, of course, my, oh my goodness, I need to be better behaved. I bring you very warm greetings from Dr. Stella Okoli, our lovable founder. She's over in the plant in Shagamu today, hosting visitors from WHO. So she sends her very warm greetings. And then I also have our board chair, who's my older brother, works a lot on strategy. Every time I see a big bill, especially with the foreign currency in front of it, I just email it to him. Because I used to describe myself in a certain way that I don't use. I don't dare use those words anymore. I used to describe myself as somebody who stays home to mind the shop. Now, in a different way, you must know what's happening in the business. But very importantly, because of the impact of globalization on our sector and on the mandates and on the ambitions of NAFDAC and PCN, ML3 has carried some things. ML4 is carrying even more in terms of mandates. So I don't say I stay home to mind the shop anymore, because even if we leave Pharma, if you stay home to mind the shop, one day you wake up and hear they're building Coastal Highway and it's coming through where you live. So we're in a very, very volatile environment, and you must know what's happening all around you. So I want to call out some things here that are emerging within the regulatory framework. Pharmaceutical traceability. I'd just like to see, well, a show of hands, how many people have been engaging with our regulators around track and trace? How many people have been in here? Okay. No more? Please pay attention to that. Please pay attention to that. The first wave that will be mandated, and has been, is around around the movement of controlled drugs. I know that when we went to apply for 2 of the ones that we currently import, those are some of the few products that we still import, we had to comply. You had to make sure that all your coding systems were correct. You also had to make sure that you had made a payment that was going to go to ensure that the right labeling would be happening at the manufacturing site. So it may feel like something very far away, but as we say, now from clap, then they take enter dance. The clapping has begun. So what you will find, at least from EMSA, we won't be able to supply you any of those drugs if you don't have the necessary systems operational. You have to get the scanners. You need to pay attention to this. I assure you that the mandates will be very, very strong. People will be made examples of. And now we're talking about controlled drugs. You know, having passed through, as EMSA, a small controlled drug storm some years ago, it's not a place you want to find yourself. Please pay attention. The other area that's really important is pharmacovigilance and post-marketing surveillance. I know that there are mandates that within our organizations and within our SOPs and our documentation, we have structures captured for all of these. I know that there will be grace because we're learning and unlearning. Some of the practical things that you're hoping to execute are not going to work. We're going to have to come back quickly to the drawing board and do it again. But we're in a situation where our regulator is sitting high up on the international stage, especially the continental stage. And Nigeria really is a giant of Africa. And now people are expecting us to draw up to full height. So we need to support. It wouldn't do to have reports of failure for the things that we have the ability to deliver on. The truth is that the ship has sailed. Yes, it comes with heavier mandates. There are things you're going to have to do, investments you're going to have to make. And right now, we do understand that it appears that nobody is helping. But I'll come to what we can do about getting help. But I just want to really say that the role of the regulator has really shifted. They've entered our backyard, our front yard. It just remained to enter bedroom. Documentation and record keeping, that's the hidden side of quality. Sometimes we think it's about what you produce and what you see, but you can get shut down. Because, we say that if it wasn't documented, it didn't get done. Thank you. Oh, my. Winners of what? Who are you? Interrupting me. Who are you? Huh?
I bring you good news. My name is Ifoma, and we have our winners from the survey just concluded. Yes.
It was time.
Together for the winners. right, so the first. How did you pick the winners? Okay, so we looked at those who answered correctly and fastly. So we didn't have anybody answer all 5 questions. Put your hands together for yourselves. Nobody answered all 5 questions correctly, yes. But we had people who answered 3 questions correctly, and they were also fast. It might interest you to know that our chairman also participated, but he's not on my winning list. So put your hands together for him. Yes, but he really, really tried. Almost there. Because we have 2 winners, we are going to go to the first and the second person who answered 3 questions correctly at the time we wanted. Number 1 on our list is Ogechukwu Isiche. Came first. Please, if you're here, put your hands together for him as he makes his way here. Thank you so much. And second on our list is Yusuf Hashim Yusuf. Thank you very much. They got 3 of our 5 questions correctly. Thank you so much. Of course, please.
Sorry for the interruption.
It's what?
You said that eagles don't play with the crowd. So, congratulations. Aren't you young? Yes, you are. I like it. All right. So, congratulations and thank you for participating. Congratulations and thank you for participating.
You can take it. You can go closely so they can take a picture. Thank you.
So all work and no play. So thank you for participating. I wonder which questions nobody got. After I have to look at the back end. Okay, so we were talking about documentation and record keeping. And if you don't document it, we consider it as undone. Please. This helps you so much in every way. Some of why we lose money is the level of understanding that we don't have about our business. We carry an organic knowledge. I used to think when I would go visit customers, yes, because we have customers in the major markets. So we trade in reality. I used to marvel at how they did so much when it seemed like they had so little. I didn't see any computers. They were using the same Emzo paracetamol exercise book, for years. Everything is curled up pages. And I used to think these people have number 6. Their local sense is somewhere else. Things are getting complex. I don't think local sense can make the full journey anymore. We have to be adhering of documentation. We have to show why. I think it's PWDAN. Initially pharmacists, but I believe you have members who are not pharmacists now for PWDAN. Okay, but I think looking to open, but they must adhere to the quality standards, I'm sure. So you have to show why your case is different. And this is a clear distinction. This is also something that gives you a lot of grace when you have an issue, because you can demonstrate that you do not have a practice of disregard. So, remember, we began by talking about access. And I think in many ways, we have to talk about the things that we do that deny access as well. Of course, there's the environmental, and there's the activities of other players and channels in the market. But we also have some responsibility as well. So, sometimes, as I said, there's the environmental. There's just obstruction everywhere, whether it is for those who are importing, whether it is just the process of getting goods through our ports and delivered, whether it's navigating the various levies and duty and VAT and all sorts of other taxes that make it very difficult to execute our business. But then we have some, which I've titled wholesaler-induced bottlenecks. For me, a padlock reflects 2 things. You want to keep something in, or you want to keep something out. So there have been times when goods are not so readily available, but we know they have been supplied. But when attempts are made to procure them, from other downstream players, they find that they're denied access. They find that they've been denied access. So that's... That doesn't come up. Can you grab my iPad? Okay. what? Never mind. I can get it on my phone. That's fine. So, okay, fine. Look at that. Should maintain hope. Things can be quickly restored. So this is for me is a really important conversation because we have to look at what we contribute to some of the challenges. Recently, there have been so many discussions about the price of goods. Oh, I don't even have to leave the room. From Popola, you asked a question about affordability of Ventolin inhaler. Okay. Now, that's a very clear example of supply and demand. We knew there were going to be disruptions as various multinationals were maybe exiting their current structure. I think the money here, once the system stabilizes, they'll be back. And in the interim, they'll be finding ways of supplies. I think we've seen for companies that have manufacturing arrangements on the continent, you were seeing goods coming in from North Africa, particularly. Have you noticed that? So the supply chain is a dynamic beast. It will redirect the flow. But I want to talk about times when I know we have supplied direct distributors pretty decent amounts of goods, but because they know that they're generally not as widely available, they refuse to sell, hoarding until the price reaches a level that's satisfactory to them. So I think it's something we really need to look at because we are supposed to be ethical. We are supposed to be profitable. We're supposed to have businesses that can regenerate the funds that you've plowed into them. But I don't think we were ever meant to do this. This basically leads to the rising cost of medicines, People will recount how maybe just 2 years ago, something you needed 1 coin for moved to 2, to 3, to 4, to 6, to 8, until it's practically out of reach to the average consumer. And that predisposes them to buy the type of product that in their hearts they don't have confidence around and would rather not be buying. So this is a page from the NDDG. And interestingly enough, because I went to read it to see what provision is contained around how prices should be set. And it says pricing, markup shall be determined by market forces. I would please just implore that we put more emphasis within this room on being a valuable part of the market. Let's emphasize market and less of the force. Because the kind of pricing consumers have been subjected to within our businesses is staggering. This is what it feels like. It's a horrible picture. If this is too much, maybe this one, but neither of those is palatable. I saw this quote, and it reminded me of a meeting that we'd had with the minister, Honorable Minister, Coordinating Minister for Health and Welfare. There you go. And it says if you give them the power to feed you, you also give them the power to starve you. Because a very strong component of the discussions we're having, every time he asks, what are you doing about the price of medicines? What are you going to do about it? I'm always resolute, and I always say, sir, until you get drugs back into the public channel, good quality, good numbers, you will always deal with a capitalist market. And that's not something that we can control. We're not structured to control it. So we've been given power. That power should be for good. It should be to feed. It shouldn't be to starve. I was looking for a poignant picture, and I imagine this is somebody who's just come from the doctor with life-threatening conditions and has come out of the point of sale, contemplating, I won't do this one. I don't want us to be confused. This is the impact. Even a 20% increase beyond what you need at our level escalates by the time it gets to this person. And if they're living in a rural community, it's devastating. So there's something else I just want to, and we're getting towards the end of this. I want us to look at the complexities of global trade. I talked about globalization. I don't want us to think that we're doing our market by ourselves. There are many initiatives on the rise. For instance, AFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, a little bit undefined. That was a great word. Thank you for introducing that. In terms of impact at the moment. But for the countries that establish their rules of engagement, they're going to see great benefit. So I want to show you an article. This article was from 2012. And I think that was around, I'm not sure if that was the year that IPMIN was founded, but I think somewhere around there. So the Indian High Commissioner was addressing IPMIN members, and those are Indian pharmaceutical manufacturers and importers. So basically Indian companies who are somewhere in the value chain that we're talking about. And he was saying that they should leverage on their successes. So they've been very successful coming into this market and expand their territory, not even for pharma, to the building of specialist hospitals in the country. But what caught my eye, I thought it was going to be a CSR project or something, you know. No! Deploying medical personnel from India. That's what it says. It's underlined here, you know. And now, the thing is, of course, I have no issues with international trade. It's necessary. Nigeria should plan on being an exporter to the continent and beyond. Absolutely. I think it's why so many manufacturers are moving towards WHO pre-qualification. Maybe we will do US FDA, Australian, you know, regulatory bodies, basically wherever there's a stringent regulatory authority. But our hope is that NAFDAC, without breaking our back, we're walking this walk together, sir, that we'll get to ML4, and what's the other one now? Is it MLA? WLA, which would basically open the nations of the world for Nigerian exports. So what in 2012, somebody, almost like how the children of Israel sent out emissaries to go and spy out the land. These are the two that came back and said, the land is very good. They're giants. Here's a VUCA economy. Their currency is crazy, but this land is very good. That's how I read this. This is 12 years ago. Someone said this place is worth taking territory in, and we should take some more. So we have to charge ourselves. What territory do we want to take? Of course, we must retain what we're holding. But what do we want to take? We can't spend our time, too much time, talking about the problems and the complexities of doing business in our environment. We also have to recognize that somebody else has seen into this your same environment and is finding a way. And it's apparently a very good way. They want to send in reinforcements. So I've left this blank because I want to suggest, I wasn't in your class yesterday. That would have been very instructive. So please, there was something that was said earlier. Okay, I'll stand on this one. Eagles don't play with the crowd, you know. We've had a little fun and games, but really, we haven't really come to play. So I would like you to tell us some things that we can hold PWDAN accountable for. And then I may make some humble suggestions, if you haven't discussed them already, about mechanisms that are open for us to achieve this objective of building integrity, or the vision, building integrity in supply chain, bringing sanity to the pharmaceutical supply chain, delivering quality, and ensuring supply chain integrity. So what were the highlights from yesterday? I hope it wasn't the same old, same old. Yes, please. Thank you. If there's another mic, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
So yesterday, we had training sessions in terms of capacity building for members of PWDAN. We had the privilege of being trained by our regulatory bodies, that is the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, as well as NAFDAC officials coming to take us on good storage and distribution practice. Like I said in my opening speech, no matter how good your production is, no matter how good your imported products are, if it is not properly handled through good storage and distribution practice, what ends in the retail cannot be guaranteed. And that's part of what we are building capacity on, to make sure that members of PWDAN are at that level where you can guarantee that whatever you've given to them is what they are actually given to the retail pharmacies as well as hospitals. And we did that from 9 o'clock till 12 o'clock. But we went a step further to say, look, it's not enough for us to do this theory. Can we go and see a distribution company who is already doing something like that? And we went to Aseni Labores. They were gracious enough to host us, all 28 or 29 of us. And we actually saw practical deployment of good storage and distribution practice at work. Now, all of this is actually to challenge us and to encourage us and to make us see that it is possible. And we believe that if everyone in the distribution space, in the wholesale space, is able to build capacity, not necessarily to the Aseni Labores standard, but is able to build capacity to a reasonable standard, then there is guarantee that quality, there's guarantee that there is integrity in the supply chain. Because if you look at good storage and distribution practice, the process is so rigorous that if everybody complies with it, then just like she's saying, nobody will talk about even 15% falsified medicine. Again, that means that everybody is patronizing and doing business with those people who have done what they need to do part-time. Because as long as the other side of the divide is still in operation, and as long as people are still dealing with those category of people, then there will always falsification and substandard medicine will always strive. And so the whole idea is that we are saying that we are willing to fill that gap, we are willing to step up, we are willing to build capacity, and we are building capacity along the line. It's not going to happen in one day, but I can assure you that members of PWDAN are doing everything they can in terms of intellectual knowledge sharing and in terms of infrastructural deployment to make sure that when manufacturers and importers give us these medications, it is as good as the way it was when they brought this product out of their factories or out of their warehouses by the time it gets to the retail or hospital end. I think that's just it on a nutshell about what we did yesterday. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I hope it's just the beginning. It'd be wonderful to have a syllabus like LBS does. You have module after module, and then, members get different ranking. You're a platinum star member because of the training that's gone through your organization. So I want to leave you with a charge. Find the missing billions. I'm going to say it again. Find the missing billions. There are billions and billions and billions flowing through this economy that should be flowing through your businesses. But they're not, for various reasons. We've talked about the environment. Let's not get too stuck on that. Even a cactus grows well in the desert. So the charge is, and this is how you find the money. KYOB, know your own business. I really, really like what Pharma said. You need to sit in your business. Maybe because he's made all the money, that's why he can just be somewhere. Maybe his own is different. Yes, sir. Sir, you look very well, sir. You look very well, sir. So, but I'm just saying, however you do it, make sure you're intimately in tune with your business. And then the other thing is, I really wanted to say is, prepare, do this so that you are ready to be scalable. Billion is much bigger than a million. You need somewhere to put it. So figure out where the gaps are, because we're in an environment where there are many partnership opportunities. For instance, at EMSOR, we took on an equity investment to enable us to have, I think, an expansion project that comprises of 5 pharmaceutical plants, each of them independent of the other and doing different things. There's oral solid doses, cephalosporins, an expanded beta-lactam, including injectables, cephalosporins with injectables, IV plants, and then also an API plant. That's far away from paracetamol, because everybody jumped inside paracetamol. So they say, metabi, we're kind to somewhere else. But I've also heard we need to pay attention to paracetamol. So before you come and tell me later, thank you for that admonition. Well, I think we'll continue until they tell us to move. So, is that safe? Okay. So, please be capital ready. Work on your business. Identify the gap. Make your business investment worthy. Whether the investment is going to come from your village people or whether it's going to come from an investment partner, equity partner, whatever it is. Or very importantly, we need to structure our businesses in such a way that we can get money from the federal government. How many people are aware of PVAC? That's the Presidential Initiative on Unlocking the Value Chain in Healthcare. That agreement is supposed to come with $1 billion, is it a loan? It's our money, from Afrexim Bank. So can they be talking about unlocking the healthcare value chain without talking about PWDAN? Should we allow such a thing? So we must write proposals, identify what is bankable. Because you know the thing with these investment banks is they look for bankable projects. They're not charities. So how can PWDAN structure in a way that draws this kind of investment? Because they'll be looking, right now they're still in the talking phase. I don't believe they've begun any disbursements. So the field is wide open. So we need to show clearly in that document how we move that needle from 15% down if the distribution channel is structured. So we need to find the money. We need to, let's see if I missed anything else. Yeah, we need to get a bit adventurous. I love that we were talking about a VUCA environment, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. I love that. Because just as scary as it is, it's full of shadows, it implies that something else could move in that space. Disruption, massive disruption moves in VUCA environments. So as I thank you immensely for allowing me this opportunity to come and play with you. Someone said he was here to take notes in a class. I'm not a professor. My goal is that we fill this blank screen. I intentionally decided not to write things once I realized you'd also had a session. So go back and fill a page for the things you are going to do differently in your business. Because if we come back, even at next year's session, and it finds us where we are today, this is exactly what we deserve. The almighty bombastic side-eye. Has it gone? Thank you. Okay.
Wow. Please, she deserves a standing ovation. May we rise to celebrate pharmacists. Uzoma is okay. The ED Pharmaceutical Limited. Wow. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. The alarms are to celebrate you. All right. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going for coffee break shortly. Before she spoke, we're supposed to have a presentation, so we'll quickly have that presentation right now. Nutrify, if you're ready. Please, I just want you to come close. Before Nutrify comes up, also, we'll be having a panel session after we return from the tea break, and also we have an opportunity to ask direct questions, particularly directed at the keynote speaker. She is definitely going to be part of the panel to speak with us, and the panel is very rich. We have different professionals from different pharma sector, some from the hospital, someone from the community space, someone coming from the industrial sector, and she's also coming with a wealth of knowledge within and outside Nigeria to give us a robust discussion when the panel session is going to be up, and it will be moderated by a big fish, and I want us to look forward to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we are ready, okay, it's not ready yet. All right. While we wait for the slide to be ready, the organizers of the questions, you didn't tell us to submit. I was still answering. I said I'll come back and answer it, but you didn't tell us to submit. So I think we need to call VAR. We need to question that. It's not fair. You just said we should look at it, and you said you come back to it. And I just felt, okay, maybe after the conference I'll go and look. You didn't say there was gifts. It's not fair. If we want to move forward, we need to carry ourselves along. Am I not speaking the mind of everybody? No. It's not fair. If I knew there was a goodie bag, or there were goodie bags to be won, maybe some of us would have removed our jacket to focus on that thing and ensure we get 5/5. But that was very fantastic. And I think EMSO deserves a round of applause. Let's celebrate them for the great works they are doing. They are trailblazers. Everybody is just trusting God that EMSO will continue to stay strong and they will motivate younger manufacturing units to do exemplary roles that they've done. And we wish them much more victories in all that they do by the special grace of God. So, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation is being sponsored by Nutrify. Please, a round of applause for Nutrify as they come in the next 5 to 10 minutes to speak to us about their product. Please, a round of applause for redefining health. Nutrify. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate them.
Wow. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My fellow men of honor, it's a great privilege to be in your midst this afternoon. Before I start, I would like to ask if all of us have our neck tag. I think everybody has a neck tag. Can you just call the name on your neck tag? Can you call the name on your neck tag, please? Nutrify. I'm sure that's the name we are seeing on our neck tag. Nutrify. Yeah, that's the Green Revolution. Thank you very much. My name is Pharmacist Ehime Ikeja. I work with Nutrify. I'll be taking you through our product ranges in the next 5 to 10 minutes. What's that? Okay. All right. So Nutrify is a new brand of nutraceuticals launched early this year. It's by Tolerant Wellness. So this is just a brief of our company profile. So we are new in the pharmaceutical business, but we've been in the country for a long time now. We've been here for about 30 years. And if I mention, if you look at those products there, I'm sure each one of us will have at least one of these products in his house. We are the makers of, our parent company is the makers of Indomie, Minimi, and a couple of the other products you can see on the slide. We recently diversified into the pharmaceutical market, and that's just a brief about us, what we do, and the ranges of our product. I'll just briefly look at our product ranges. Sorry, you're blocking. I'll just briefly look at our product ranges so that you can see and appreciate what our product is bringing into the Nigerian market. We start with our multivitamin for women. Our multivitamins comes with probiotics, high strength of probiotics. Most multivitamins are just plain. Most don't come with probiotics. Has probiotics, and if you look at the probiotics content, they are very high, as high as 20 billion colony forming units. And we have a couple of natural active ingredients in this formulation called superfoods. Superfoods are plants we are used to in our environment. Since we see leaf and all that, we've added some of them to this formulation to make it superb. So you're getting, for Nutrify for women, you're getting probiotics, which is something you might not be able to get in other available brands. You're also getting some superfoods as well. Moving on to the next slide. So it has it has more vitamin C than 8 apples. It has more vitamin E than 2 cups of cranberries. It has more vitamin B12 than 2 cups of eggs. It has more vitamin B6 than 8 bananas. So it basically does a lot for the body. Antioxidant support, helps with aging. We all know what probiotics do in the body. I'm sure we're all familiar with that. So this is bringing that to the table. Moving on to our next product, we also have the multivitamin for men with probiotics. I'll try and be fast because of my time, but I just want us to appreciate what this product is bringing to the table. It also has probiotics and some key natural ingredients. For the everyday man, we know the everyday man is undergoing a lot of stress. He needs something to help him balance his stress levels, especially in this Nigeria of today. And Nutrify multivitamin for men with probiotics is bringing that, together with some unique superfoods available in this formulation as well. It has ginkgo biloba, it has resveratrol, it has the probiotics formulations which I mentioned. Let's move on. Our next product is multivitamin for men 50 plus. This also comes with probiotics. So our product is made for the different population. For men of this age as well, they need something to help them maintain. So we have something that helps with the joint. We have something that helps with their vision. We know at this age they start experiencing issues with that. It also contains probiotics, and we all know how superb probiotics are. Moving on to our next products. We have the multivitamin for women 50 plus. A lot of women, I would say women are very conscious of their health, basically. So This product is very, very superb in the sense that it has some unique key ingredients that helps for women of this age. We know that women of this age are already approaching menopause or have attained menopause. We have some unique key natural ingredients that helps them to manage the symptoms of this menopause, pre- and post-menopausal syndromes. We have what we call shatavari. We have what we call black cohosh in this formulation, alongside probiotics in high doses. Moving on to the next slide, we have our collagen formula, Nourish Collagen Beauty Formula. It contains collagen, it contains alpha lipoic acid, it contains resveratrol, it contains other key natural ingredients as well that helps to bring out the skin texture, helps to improve the skin appearance, prevent appearance of fine lines and wrinkles. You know, women most times want to use this to stay young and all that. This is what our Nutrify Collagen Beauty Formula is also bringing to the table. We move on to the immunity booster. This is our blend of antioxidants, basically free radicals. We also added some unique key natural ingredients. Because where the product is made from, we added some unique superfoods that you might not be able to get in some of the other available formulations. One of the very key ingredients here is what we call Giloy stem. Giloy stem, if you've been opportune to research about it or if you heard about it, it's called the root of immortality. So it does a lot. Amongst that is anti-aging properties. Basically, we've added a lot of that in this formulation, as well as other unique superfoods as well in this Nutrify Immunity Booster. Moving on, we have the Joint Ease formula. This is our blend of glucosamine, chondroitin, boswellia. It also has curcumin, it has turmeric that helps for the joints. It helps for mobility, flexibility, and helps to lubricate the joints, basically. Moving on, we have the liver detox. So this is a blend of dandelion milk tea stew. It also has some key natural ingredients that helps to detoxify the liver, and for alcoholic smokers and all, this is a go-to for them. So it's really a blend of natural ingredients and some very key active ingredients. Our last one is the effervescent vitamin C and zinc. I'm sure there are different brands in the market, but I would say that ours is very, very unique in terms of its taste. And if you want to find out, we are giving it out at our stand. You can have a taste of what our vitamin C, effervescent, and zinc is bringing to the table. I know there are other brands, but if you taste it, you will know why it is what it is. Okay. I'll be talking about raffle draw for just a few minutes. So we are doing a raffle draw today, and we are giving out lots of exciting prizes if you're able to buy some minimum amounts with us. For the raffle draw, if you're able to purchase a minimum of products worth 250,000 naira across our ranges, any of the products I've mentioned here, you get a raffle ticket for every 250,000 naira you spend. So what that means is if you spend 1 million naira, you get 4 tickets. And when we do the raffle, you could be 1 or 2 winners, you know. So we are doing that, and the first prize wins a chest freezer. Second prize wins a washing machine. Third prize wins an Helipack generating set. So there are 2 layers to the raffles we are doing. For the other one is our grand prize. So if you're able to purchase a minimum of products of 2.5 million naira. So that one is in form of a bid. Basically, that's in form of a bid. So the highest bidder gets to win the bike. So our rep is sharing the forms. You can fill and let us know what quantities you'll be looking at. So the highest bidder gets to win that bike. So we'll be coming back after the panel session for the bidding session, so that we can see who's going to be the lucky winner in today's session. We are looking forward to you coming to our stands. We want to partner with you all. We want to interact with you all. We want to share ideas. So please feel free and let's together redefine health. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give a sponsorship round of applause to one of our major sponsors, Nutrify. Thank you. So this is to encourage as many of us to patronize them. There are loads of gifts to be won, and I believe you can just be the next winner. So right now we'll be going on the tour of the exhibition stand alongside with the coffee break, and then we'll be back in about 10-15 minutes to continue with the rest of the conference. So ladies and gentlemen, everybody can go to the coffee area at the same time, but we can just move around at to see the exhibitors right now and then take turns to take something at the coffee area. Thank you very much. So we'll be going on a very short break. Oh, sorry, just before that, I've been informed that our keynote speaker would have to leave any moment from now, but we have a special presentation for her, and I would like to invite the PSN president to please help us with the presentation on behalf of PWDAN. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Professor Cyril Sifo for the presentation to the keynote speaker. Please a round of applause for her.
I have the singular honor as one of her students. I took notes, though she didn't want to answer one of my questions because she's so much in a hurry. I will send it by WhatsApp to you and I'll get the appropriate answer. Let me call Pharmacist Uzoma Ezioke out, please. The Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, who knows, maybe very soon West Africa and so on. It's a plaque of appreciation presented to you for your participation as a keynote address speaker. I'm sorry I had to pick on you, but I enjoyed and I took notes. And I'm sure there were a lot of things I learned. And we pray that whenever we call on you, you'll be willing to respond and give us quite a lot of things. If it were possible for me to be dean, who knows, maybe vice chancellor, all things are possible, then you become MTM, because I wouldn't mind appointing you as an adjunct professor to my university in the School of Pharmacy. So on behalf of PWDAN, we present this plaque to you and we say congratulations.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Always fun.
Thank you. Thank you. Come in the middle here.
Can we invite the chairman to please join? Pharmacist Kokola. Please a round of applause for him as he comes. Yes, the chairman should be part of this too. Thank you very much. So now it's time for the tour of the exhibition stands. And we'll take a short break to take coffee. And then we'll return for the rest of the conference. So please, can we visit the exhibitors? They are waiting for us. Exhibitors, please, our guests are coming to meet you. I want us to give them the best of us. And I believe we'll be back in about 15 minutes to continue with the rest of the conference. So please don't forget, visit all the exhibitors, participate, and they have fantastic gifts to be given out to many of us. And they have goodie bags. Just buy something and then you see what they have in stock for you. And also let's visit we have some exhibitors very close to the coffee stand too. So just look around. We have them scattered around. Patronize them because they've done a lot to ensure that we have the conference this year. And we want to bring them back year in, year out. So ladies and gentlemen, it's time for coffee break and tour of the exhibition stand. Thank you.
dance. I feel we just be living in a trance land. Oh my God, oh yeah. You feel what I feel, it makes you feel in my flow. And then you know say it's so, oh yeah. In your house, or you in a motor, and you there go slow. Oh yeah. You feel that this thing is affecting your being and it's killing your soul. Oh yeah. But the thing when you see, they make you oh yeah. See this type of thing when we feel, when you make me want to do. Oh yeah. People if I want to.
Nibiva Joku ni Oshamo Yagi level unfo. Right about now, you guys are listening to DJ 430. Hey, my turn of D430.
Rebecca, shake that thing, miss. Can I shake that thing, miss? And I better shake that thing, yeah. Donna, Jody and Rebecca, woman get busy. Just say that booty non-stop when the beat drop. Just keep swinging it, get jiggy, get drunk up, percolate anything you want because it's oscillating. If I don't take pity, want to see you get life on the rhythm of my ride and my lyrics up about electricity. Girl, nobody can do you nothing because you don't know your destiny. Yo, sexy ladies want power with us. Inna the car with us, them not war with us. Inna the club, them want flex with us. To get next with us, them can't vex with us. From the day my bonds, I ignite my flame. Girl, I call my name and it is my fame. It's all good, girl, turn me on till I earn them on. Let's get it on, till I earn them on. Girl, it's all good, just turn me on. Girl, don't sweat it, don't get agitated. Girl, go and rotate, cause anything you want, you know you must get it. Coming in my mention, don't ease the tension. Girl, run the program, just go and fit it. Yo, have a good time, girl, free up for the mind. Cause nobody can let the man won't let it. Cause you are the number one, girl, wave your hand, make them see the wedding band. Yo, sexy ladies want power with us. Inna the car with us, them not war with us. Inna the club, them want flex with us. To get next to us, them not vex with us. From the day my bond, I ignite my flame. Girl, I call my name and it is my fame. It's all good, girl, turn me on till I earn them on. Let's get it on, till I earn them on. Girl, stop, just me up. Come on, get busy. Just shake that booty non-stop when the beat drop. Just get
DJ Hassan, ranking, why I say, we girl them, as we step in at the club, DJ play the rubber dub, hype man for the job, we not ready for sick up, let me see a sexy girl, love the way she dancing, I want to see this girl, cause I feel like dancing, if you go, I go, share you go. Before me know the girl I wine a boo. If you go, I go, share you go. Before you know the girl I wine a boo. Early mama, the girl I want it. Early mama, she said she want me to give her. Early mama, yeah, I say she a like it. Early mama, anytime the sun shine. Early mama, DJ has and they play. Early mama, she said she love the DJ. Early mama, where they give her that vibe she want. Early mama, early mama, I'm giving my heart to you to be the owner. You top anybody with a student to come up. Baby, I wanna take your love into the corner. Promise to give you anything where you wanna. Remember me, I remember you. You missing me, I'll be missing you. You kissing me, I'll be kissing you. I place no other girl above you. Remember me, I remember you. You loving me, I'll be loving you. You missing me, I'll be missing you. I place no other girl above you. Oh, I go, share you go. You coming on.
Nibiba Efe Joku ni Oshamo Yagi level unfo. Right about now, you guys are listening to DJ 430. Hey, my turn of D430. Agba Oshamo. so down. I cannot forget all your sacrifice. You shall know someone who be your show me love when no one was there for me. Anytime I'm feeling down, my baby they cheer me up. Cannot see ignition me, I to change to get me done. When things are not working out, my baby they pray for me. My baby they pray for me. A concussion was the best, Ilala said for the best, so that I can eat every day. She also from east to west. So one day my story changed when I got a record deal. Then I had to leave the hood, I had to follow my dream. Now I'm making my money, I take care of my mommy. My mommy is my baby they born. My baby Chiquito from the downtown side. From the downtown side. She they charge me up when I get nobody. Motivate me anytime I feel so down. I cannot forget all your sacrifice. You shall know someone who be your
The party go happen for my end, yo. Even if you know be my friend, yo. Come and party with my friends, yo. Chikala go pull pass yo. So they point and kill you go carry the go. But you say you go the flow the girl. So police protection essential, yo. Police protection go plenty, yo. Well, even if you know you go smoke, you go. Start to the show yourself, oh. Come to the center and start to follow. Start to be feeling like a monkey, yo. Hey, jay, like a donkey, yo. Jump and touch the ceiling, yo. Help me to sing it, yo. I go spray on my money, yo. I go spread in the end of the party, yo. But this kind of party, you go where do they go? You not gonna say something on the show. This kind of party, no the end, yo. This kind of party, they must go pursue you. Hey, that's the vibe and get the feeling. Tell your man that you are willing. What I have is what I'm giving.
Things that are we hook up in the club, give them a run, P square, CC, P square, CC, P square, CC, P square, CC. We run things that are we hook up in the club, give them a run, give them a jump, with your busy body, with your busy body,
saw her, she was looking like an angel light. She brought me my mind like a dynamite. She flashed like a lighter in any candlelight, and then she said, all this on me. Yeah, you know, so when you move your body, hold on tight. Make it no try to hurt nobody, make it a watch your side. I beg you, pick up, get no be fight, and then she said, all this on me. Boy, you know, say if I give you body, you go search it. You know, go fit, run the MIC, cause you go lose control. Hey, put your busy body, you go search it. I go be still. I'm not gonna lose control. Boy, you gonna lose control. I'm gonna lose control. Boy, you gonna lose control. If I catch you, I will tell you all the way I grab you. To the break of dawn, you gonna lose control. Easy body, If I catch you, I will tell you all the way I grab you. To the break of dawn, you gonna lose control. Easy body,
Oh no. Chat boy, let me say. Okay, wine to the beat. That girl, I like it like this. That girl, I'm feeling the heat. That girl, go down low now.
girl say wine to the beat. That girl I like it like this. That girl I'm feeling the heat. That girl go down low now. That girl say tell that girl where they stand for corner. Good Joe, no time for dolly, no time for dolly. Good Joe, oh yeah, tell that girl where they stand for corner. Good Joe,
Easy.
No time for dolly, no time for dolly.
See, these days, they be like Caillou, they surprise me. I remember back then when nobody prized me. See all these girls, none of them being talked to me nicely. Now you gotta show, oh boy, you got to flies me. Me not take bus, me not take public transport. Me not sleep for hotel, man, need no be transcorp. Me I put the hands up, let's get it to Tennessee. Me I drink none of these things, it no be Hennessy. Yeah, me I know they falter. Balls are like pulpit, man, now me they altar. Me I be a star, so me I know they falser. Haters just hungry, plus they got ulcer. Fresh boy spitting on the beat raster. My balls are really complex like Asta. So take your glass, man, shorty, move your ass, man. Lose your breath like you really gon' asthma. Yeah.
She act like fire. She just to take me higher. Yeah. Say that girl, she act like fire. She just to take me higher. Yeah. Tell that girl where they stand for corner. No time for darling. Only tell that girl where they stand for corner. No time for darling. No time for darling.
Tanswe banji, ilekuye banshi. I lay Jera plan and last bit the banshi. See them looking at me, I want look batashi. One fear me, one let Jemmy be guru maraji. Tanswe banji, ilekuye banshi. I lay Jera plan and last bit the banshi. See them looking at me, I want look batashi. One fear me, one let Jemmy be guru maraji.
Right about now, you guys are listening to DJ Fokati. And they might turn up D430.
Big Guru Maraji. Big Guru Maraji. Welcome to the streets. So I'm feeling by you, they don't go repeat. I'm in the more parallel beats. I'm in the boss, I'm in the battle, yeah, I'm in the king. I'm the voice of the streets. Yeah, I'm the voice of the streets. Maybe no more parallel beats. I'm in the boss, I'm in the battle, yeah, I'm in the king. I only look up to God. Hey, I only look up to God, Baba God born you. Looking down on these things like what they gonna do. More for boss soon, well for me born you. Baba can't quit me on just so I can't you. I terrorize in the street, I know say I be dread. Niggas can't talk on me, so they pray for my death. I'm paying on my shoes, you see on for my head. AK-47, go back, bellow my jet. While you waiting for my album, multi rum, anything. Multi-paras in the studio, multi-boss, anything. Me alone be whiskey up for the voice, anything. But anyway, I see where they ball for anything. All I see me look at, tell you when go Yoruba. Anybody tell my face, shine all on my cover. On my page, just love her. On a break, it was over. Most I share, my jaw, my belly for my nova. Welcome to the streets. So I feel me by you, they don't go repeat. I'm in the more parallel beats. I'm in the boss, I'm in the battle, yeah, I'm in the king. I'm the voice of the streets. Yeah, I'm the voice of the streets. Maybe no more parallel beats. I'm in the boss, I'm in the battle, yeah, I'm in the king. If I see me still look, you look why I give me. If I got one, one, like to give me. But I don't rub my own fresh, every scheme me. Let it show me love, where you can see any keep.
Nibiba, Efe, Joku, Neo, Shamo, Yagile, Wilofo. Right about now, you guys are listening to DJ Fokati. And they might turn up D430. Agba, Shamo.
I never come, smell and say I be fake. Now when I don't come, they see me, they shake. Wait, I don't eat it. Wait for your time, one day you go make. She when them see me, they shock. My mother see me, they shock. My mother see that shock. As a Regina, start on my shock. Now me, they play. What time I be play? Now they feel like race. So I'm come, so the man, they pan the case. They play, and I play. I pray. Babylon, them say I don't know my way. But still, instead of man, take and play. And I run away. They say my miracle, yeah, it's on the way. Some of my people that they give me advice for their advice. You know not to see me device. That's all the guys say me I be weaker and wise. When I
the ginger. You gonna say I dey run from the flow. Everybody falling the poppy, lily, poppy line. I wanna sit till you wanna for me now. Here I come break it for me now. Mama, it make me, mama, it make me. Nigga, show me your front. Let's see your joro for your front. The thing they make man when they come in the eye. Mama, it make me the eye. Nigga, show me your back. Let's see the caterpillar attack. The thing they make man when they come the ass. Mama, it make me the eye. Everybody say,
right about now, you guys are listening to DJ Fokati. And I'm at turn up D430.
Explain.
cast the stone, Mr. J-Love. Mr. J-Love, man. You suppress all my strategies. You oppress, follow every part of me. What you don't know, you're a victim too, Mr. J-Love. Oh, you don't care about my point of view. If I die, another will work for you. So you treat me like a modern slave, Mr. J-Love. I'm talking to you, J-Love. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let me hear you if without saying be the first to cast the stone, Mr. J-Love. Mr. J-Love.
Are you serious?
Cast beats. Feel me like no shade, feel me like I'm a feel me like cause I am the drama king. I'm a I need it on calling on nah need it on calling on I'm the spirit done cast I'm a Yoruba le mi o I got too much swagger I'm a I come with swagger I'm the king of the swagger drama king Talon Sora Emilio Sora I'm a low one Sora yeah oh shit, my baby, feel me like oh shit, my baby, feel me like baby, feel me like baby, feel me like oh shit, my baby, feel me like I need no shit, my baby, feel me like yeah. Young D on the beat, see, she the silly good day, she the silly good day. Mary J, Mary J, Mary J, Baby, they like to call me the Shoko. I got do the Shoko. I like to the Shoko. Anywhere you see me, make you flash me the Shoko. Call me the Shoko. I got do the Shoko. I trip for the Shoko. Anywhere you see me, make you flash me the Shoko. Every morning, every night, on my knees I pray. Thank God for Mary J. He said no Babylon, I do my things my way. That's why I run my game in an African way. See. The official way. I like to tap and smoke it up every day. Then I take it in a sunny and a rainy day. In the estate every day, me see nobody's face. See. Some say I don't do this, but every minute, every hour, I dey make my pay. If not, I make you check me for Sega. It's where I dey pop champagne and then see movie. See, we take it every day, no holiday. That is why I did them all anywhere I did. Silver and gold money, me now get. Every day, me give you in a million ways. Call me the Shoko. I got do the Shoko. I like to have the Shoko. Anywhere you see me, make you flash me the Shoko. Yes, so. Yes, so. Oh, my guy, now your eye you go sharpen because it be like say it done they happen. No shaking, nothing they happen. Nobody one fight, but the one go heaven. I'm a hard for the money. It is not funny. Plus I got to say it's not easy at all. If I was you, I'd get busy, cause I no go fit afford to get lazy at all. No let the opportunity pass you by. You got to always continue to try. You got to try to always aim high, cause you know I'm by before you die. Lie. I know say you dey like it to the jolly, cause I see you from my body, you dey check your body. I know say you go like to make money to impress your baby plus all of your family. There is nothing trick involved inside. Reality, my brother, is the way that we ride. If I tell you say easy on a setup, so now all you got to do is brace up and get up. For what you believe in, stand up. If it seems like you're sleeping, rise up. You got to fight for yourself before you find yourself by yourself. Put your hands up. You gotta be strong. You gotta hold on. You gotta keeping on. You got to realize it is all man for himself. That's why I say, my guy, now your eye you go shopping because it be like say it done they happen. No shaking, nothing they happen. Nobody one buy, but the one go heaven. Oh, my guy, now your eye you go shopping because it be like say it done they happen. No shaking, nothing they happen. Nobody one buy, but the one go heaven. I'm hot.
Right about now, you guys are listening to DJ Fokati. And I'm at turn up D430.
Most people wanna hold me for ransom. See the coconuts all up in my mansion. African Michael Jackson. Just to see me now until they feel like some. On the stage, they give them all the action. And in the room, I'll say mom satisfaction. So don't hate me now, because we're gonna very, be a man. I touch you no wrong. Don't hate me, cause I'm not a value. I'm not a value. We're gonna very, be a man. I touch you no wrong. Don't hate me, cause I'm not a value. I'm not a value. Everybody listen when I speak. Are you with me? I get 10 million in a week. Are you with me? I pull up on the club and I drop. Are you with me? And when the people see me, then they stop. Are you with me? So I be the hustle just to chop. Are you with me? Head dance and nobody talk. Are you with me? Now my God put me on top. Oh, when I do bear me the short up. Oh, we're gonna tell it, yeah, man, I touch you no more. Don't hate me, cause I'm not a value. I'm not a value. We're gonna tell it, yeah, man, I touch you no more. Don't hate me, cause I'm not a value. I'm not a value.
I think you were with this when I met her. I was walking down the street when I saw her. Excuse me, can I know you? She told me say your name is Aisha. I'm sorry for sound so nasty. It's just I can't hold my emotion. But she's so looking like an angel. Like the man we ever see, I just this person saying we've been love, we've been chatting, we've been flexing, we've been whining, we've been dining. Suddenly she turned from my way. Funny can love, she didn't do me so. You promise so screw, I got me to fall asleep. Girl, oh, why, oh, why you did do me like this? So I don't like you. This is not the love you promised me, oh. Now funny love you they play me, oh. I wonder why you they do me so. If your love no go be make I carry go. Tell me which one you did. Everybody now so like you did. Like, oh, I can't take this any longer. This is what you did, they make me mad. I don't tire, sitting by the corner. Taking every day, you don't even bother. Since then, we've been love, we've been chatting, we've been flexing, we've been whining, we've been dining. Suddenly, she came from my way. Funny love, she made me so. She promised so soon, I go meet her for la soup. Hello, why you make me like this? So I don't die. I'm a too much space to ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ilé ayé yìí o, oníkálukú ṣe ti ẹni wọ̀n bá. Ènìyàn tó máa ṣe ju ẹ lọ́pọ̀ gan, wọ́n yà ká o, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ọmọ iná space o, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, jẹ́ ìdíje o.
Okay, hey, I drop people boy, everybody talk. Some say Bill Bliss had a lot of guts. But niggas say this the boy going nuts. See what people better than us. Never, but you like the swagger. Still a my guy when I recite, but you can't really bite. Flows too shit, trying to sound like him. Fly chicks connect, cause they all right heavy, so gravy. Look how I flip the game. Put my boy Terry G, haters bite them out. Send the bite the dust, show my disgust. Never rust, still I'm more than great.
Ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ilé ayé yìí o, oníkálukú ṣe ti ẹni wọ̀n bá. Ènìyàn tó máa ṣe ju ẹ lọ́pọ̀ gan, wọ́n yà ká o, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ọmọ iná space o, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, tẹ̀lé ìṣe so.
Okay, the field is large enough. Don't hate cause the Meba boys getting it right. Don't hate cause I'm next to blow. He'll bliss and coke. Talk better, jaw, cars and dope. Look around us, everybody's trying to floss. Cause the game paid off some checks. Next, over a beat from TG. Lagos City where my money out. I beg, pay me now. Then free me now. I'm on fire now. Chop knuckle if you got style. Chop stone if you wish me wrong. Still body my song. Aqua. Now people boy, you are.
Ilé ayé yìí o, oníkálukú ṣe ti ẹni wọ̀n bá. Ènìyàn tó máa ṣe ju ẹ lọ́pọ̀ gan, wọ́n yà ká o, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ọmọ iná space o, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, ayé gbọ̀ngàn, kẹ́rin kì í ṣe so.
Test the microphone, Tell me G, test the microphone, when I start to go, oh Lordy, too much you ain't about wasted and up me to the kiss the girl, me put it what to the oh yeah, whiny, oh yeah, whiny, oh yeah, make me the walangolo, oh my God, take the sangolo, sumo me take the sangolo, oh Lord, to the skin for the look tight. Me I be man, I'm spicy. Me I know they stop for the 40 back over. Me I they do even a hard, even a Koloba, even a style I go drop. I go make them to the high, make them to the one to the fly side high. But still, me I they drop my rhymes, I they make them to the one and go try. Oh, to the one and go, to the Kolomana, the people will get in this beat, I'm on them there for outside, me and they drop me freestyle, to test the microphone, I test the microphone, test the microphone, test the microphone now, oh wait. The microphone now, the microphone. Every day they come and tell me the swagger. And they look me like a maga. It cost me a bit of my ganja. Only if I don't drop my stagger, my swagger is
right about now. You are listening to DJ Fokati. They might not
I'm up here, they come and they catch my rhyme. Of course, say me, I'm intellectual. I can tell that a brave motherfucker. See, that's what they make me, they drop to my rhyme. That's what you say, me, that's I can do any way. I can't live when I come on the fucker. I'ma show you, show you when I lay, when I'm showing you right now. I'ma show you when I do. I'll show you when I lay, when I do. I'm getting so high on marijuana. Little Hennessy. I'm drinking Hennessy like chicken in the sea. Are you serious? Enemies come, get to the sea. I'm a fire bomb, burn them down to the sea. Hennessy.
Give me the lighter, pass me the ganja. Put your love the regular. Let it smoke up, now yeah. Give me the lighter, pass me the ganja. Put your love the regular. Let it smoke up, now yeah. Give me the lighter, you know you need it. Like the man never took a lesson, sees it. Like the man we have, you know this I carry this. Zip, who do the magic? When we say police they come, you know go panic. Now we time till I daily tonic. Oh, mama and papa na the daily routine. Give me the lighter, pass me the ganja. Akamanda Iwela, legalize. You are Victoria, nice man party rider. I know you know me now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, ma. We are starting with the panel session right now, and later we come back to the company presentation by Green Life. So our panelists, please, wherever they are, we want them in the hall because we want to bring them up on stage right now. I'll start with the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have a big brother, a mentor to me, Pharmacist Additional Panobi is going to be the moderator for this session. Please, a round of applause for him. Pharmacist Shino Okpanobi, please, would like to have you on stage as the moderator for the panel session. The panel session comprises of various professionals across the pharmacy, key sectors in the pharma chain. And I believe we have someone from the hospital, someone from the community practice, somebody's coming from the industrial arm of the system. And they will be sharing stakeholders' perspective on our subject topic, which is the keynote topic that we had today. They'll be telling us how to enhance access to quality, safe, effective, affordable medicines, the role that the distributor, a pharma distributor and wholesaler in Nigeria is expected to play. So they will be giving us their own perspective from their wealth of experience and knowledge. And it's something that is going to be like feedback session for members of PWDAN and see how we can work together to enhancing access to quality and affordable medicine. So, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite members that form this panel. First is from the community sector. She is the CEO of Bidal Pharmacy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Pharmacist Bolanle Adekunle. A round of applause for her. Keep clapping till she sits. Thank you. Also, joining her on stage will be someone bringing wealth of knowledge and experience from the industrial sector. Is the CEO of R4 Pharmacies, Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku. Please, a round of applause for him. We call him IG. from IG. You're welcome, sir. This is the IG before IG. He has been the IG before the arrival of Instagram. You're welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for him, sir. So we have someone from the hospital setting, coming with wide experience from the hospital sector. She's the chairman of PSN Abuja, a clinical pharmacist. Please welcome pharmacist Salamatu Orakwelu. Please, a round of applause for her. Is that how Lagosians welcome Abuja people? The seat of power. You're welcome, man. Yes, previously we had planned that the keynote speaker was going to join them, but unfortunately she had to leave. So it's open to every one of us. So they will be speaking first, and then the questions will be coming from the moderator. And please just jot down your questions, suggestions, feedbacks, that because we are all coming together to brainstorm to achieving a set objective. So I'd like to invite the moderator, pharmacist Additional Panobe, to please join us on stage. A round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big privilege to be here to moderate. I'd like to appreciate the leadership of PWDAN. I'd like to believe this is a promotion of some sort. In the last 3 years, I've had the rare privilege of anchoring the conference. So this year, I'm sitting down as a rapporteur. So I think I'm making progress. So maybe in the next few years, thank you, from your mouth to God's ears, I'll be chairman of the occasion. I'll be okay. Well, skills first before chairman, all right. It's all progress. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. As usual, PWDAN keeps setting the pace for the industry with the quality of the conferences they host. And I'm glad that the consistency is there. The topic for today is a very topical one. And in setting the tone for the discussions we'll be having, the organizers have brought in people from different practice areas in the industry, wanting to hear their perspective of what they think about the current state of wholesaling and distribution in Nigeria, but more importantly, where should we be going and how do we get there? In starting, I remember very vividly, I heard about the document and I stumbled on it at the PSN Secretariat some many years ago. A paper written, a leaflet written by Prince Julius Adelusi Adelui. And part of what he did was to chronicle the problems of pharmacy in Nigeria. It was written in 1970-something. And as at the time I was looking at it in the early mid-2000s, all those issues were still with us, live and there. Nothing has changed, apart from the fact that we speak English year in, year out, and all that, all activity but no motion. So, and one thing I'm quick to say all the time is nature abhors a vacuum. If you do not provide for Nigeria, Nigeria will provide for itself. And the typical example I use, which is a very sensitive one, is the issue of patent medicine dealers. Right? So quick disclaimer, in case that's the only thing you hear, and then you go, and then I see on social media that Shino likes them, I'm not supporting patent medicine dealers. But my argument is this. If not them, who? And let me ask you a question, and this is, I can point to anybody who is willing to be a scapegoat for today. Your parents that are in the village, how will they get quality medicines in the village? You are privileged. You can send it to them by DHL or by bus. They'll get it. What of that man that has money and can't provide that? How will he get it? And my summary is this. if pharmacy will not design a solution that will get it to them, they will sort themselves out. And that's how come we are where we are. And that's why it's very important what PWDAN is doing. Because since forever we've been shouting about open drug market, if pharmacy will not design an alternative path for medicines to get from the top to the last mile, then the system will take care of itself. And that's why we need to appreciate the vision behind PWDAN, to say we are putting our money where our mouth is, and we are driving this change. And so the days are beginning to go when you say we don't know how to or where to or who to talk to. Today there's a body that has come together to say, if you are interested in putting your product from wherever it's coming from to the last mile in the right state, then talk to us. Are they where they should be today? Not necessarily. But have we moved from where we were before? Of course, we've made great progress. Let's appreciate PWDAN, ladies and gentlemen. From the visionary leadership of Pharmacist Okafo, who started it, now to the new leadership of Pharmacist Omaraye, we are making clear progress. Because gradually when I look in the mirror and start seeing small white beer, it looks like age is beginning to. But when we started, there were very few sparks of hope. Then when you go to Nemit was practically the only person who was doing something that looked. But today, that light he has shown, a number of people have followed and are making good progress. And that is what we are about. That's what we are encouraging. And that's why we are here. Now, what PWDAN is saying is, we don't want to be winking in the dark. I'm sure we all know what that means. You are striking a fang and you are winking. You are the only person that knows what you are doing. They don't know. So, PWDAN is saying, look, drugs move from manufacturer. They are that critical link in the distribution process. They are the pipe that moves it to the retailer, to the hospital, or to government. They are saying, what can we do better? How do you see us? And that's the discussion we're here to have. And that's why we brought in people from different practice areas, importers, manufacturers, retailers, hospital, to let's give a perspective to where we are. What do we see? And more importantly, the rest of us, after we've shared our thoughts, they are only representing a number of us sitting there. We can then have a discussion around this. PWDAN is in the room. Let them also give us some insights as regards what is to come. And I'm sure at the end of the day, we've had a very robust discussion. So I'll start by giving all panelists an opportunity to make opening statements. And in making the opening statement, they'll be speaking to the question from their unique perspective, either as a hospital, industrial, or retail pharmacist. What is your assessment of the current state of drug distribution in Nigeria? Your assessment of the current state of drug distribution in Nigeria. It's easy to say ladies first, but now there are two ladies. So which of the two ladies? So from my employer. Yeah. All right, so let me allow pharmacist Bolanle Adekunle, the CEO of Baido Pharmacy, to speak to that topic. And let's all, of course, prepare to make valid contributions to the discussion we are having here today. Thank you very much, madam.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, PWDAN, for having me here. Our keynote address speaker has spoken extensively, and as she said, we are here to agree on the way forward. We should stop talking about, we all know what to do, and we all know what is working and what is not working. I'm a retailer. By and large, if I want to access from my distributors to my wholesalers, I say they are doing pretty well. But of course, they could do a lot better. I'm in Lagos, so it's easy for me to say they are doing well. But as he said, are they doing well for the person in the rural? When I was reading something before I came on, was talking about there are over 5,000 plus wholesalers and distributors in Nigeria. Records, whether they are right or wrong, that's for another day. And over 1,000 is in Lagos. And I was looking at it, 5,000 There are 200 million of us. It's obviously not enough. So what are they doing well for me? By and large, what are they supposed to access to make sure they get the drugs from the manufacturer to me so that I can give it to my patients? That is what they do for me. And what's the important thing? Effective, safe, affordable. For your medication to be effective, that means it says what it says. I'm sure we've had places, they've said when they've tested some drugs, what was inside was not what was inside. Ciprofloxacin having 50%, 40%. So that means from the beginning, the patient has already lost it. Nothing is going to happen if he takes that medication. So for me, part of what I think the wholesalers can help us to do is, can they help us streamline some of these medications? You know some people's medication, forget whether they have NAFDAC on the body. Is NAFDAC still here? You know it's not working. Please don't stock it. Help me. So that when I know I come to you, if I come to a PWDAN, I hit my chest. That's the truth. I do not go to the open market. I'm talking for myself. We do not do that. I've never done that. So when somebody picks up something in my store, I want them, if they come back and say something is wrong, I want it to be a case of, did you do what I said you should do? But it's not that the medicine is wrong. I want that to be out of the question. So can they help us? So anything I pick up in your store, I can hit my chest that there's nothing wrong with it. So that's what I need. So that interface is very important for us as retailers. Because, of course, we only buy finished products. Then, of course, pricing. I know you can't help it, but you can also still help it. When she was talking about that that market forces, for medication, that's not wise. I was talking with my sister at the table, and we're talking about, one of my pharmacists this week was talking to me about how patients were telling her that people on high blood pressure, people on chronic disease were telling her that they take their medicine 3 times a week, deliberately, that they can't afford to take it every day. And I replied her that, did you explain to them that it is better you take it every day? If they can't afford X-Forge, can you please give them a substitute? It's not about us making money. Of course, I want you to sell X-Forge, but she can't afford X-Forge. She has to take her medication. It's better she takes a cheaper one she takes every day than take X-Forge every other day. What are we talking about? And some people, as my sister was saying, we are losing sales in high-end medication, but generic sales are not going up, so something is off. That's what should happen. That means they can't afford this, but they are subs. That means the people are just saying, all die and I die. That's what it means. So we need help in that. That I need help in. Because if the prices are a bit better, we all want to make money, but we all need to balance that. If the prices are a bit better, we will help our patients, whether they're in Lagos or they're in my village at home. Then what else? I was happy about yesterday talking about your, because that was part of what I was looking at, your good distribution practices. That's very key. Because you look at some medication, but you look at it even yourself, you don't like the way it looks because it hasn't been kept properly. You are sure it didn't leave the manufacturer like that. So before it got to the distributor, what went wrong? Then before it now gets to me. So by the time the patient sees it, her confidence, and if they are like me, by the time I look at it, I won't put some medicine in my mouth just because of the way the packet looks. I won't. So by the time, so what are we? So we need help in that. So that is. So basically, I say we are doing well, but the quality, for it to be qualitative, effective, affordable, we need you to help us. So your warehousing is important for us. We know that regulatory, we do all that. I don't think any pharmacists try to cut. I don't believe. I think we all do the right thing. NAFDAC, PC and everything, we do all that. But we should also look at it, as I said, the fact that it has a NAFDAC number, some products, I don't understand how they have that stamp on them. I'm sorry. Don't stock them. We don't want. Tell them, as we said, let them go and do something else. We have enough artemether lumphantrine. We have enough this. Do something else that does not have options. Because that is part of it. Making drugs available is the fact that my patients have their medication when they need it. So if, for example, I'm just calling a name out of my hat. If I say X-Forge is not available and there's no substitute for X-Forge, how have I helped my patient? I'm not a good pharmacist, but you are the ones that can help me. So instead of the fact that you have 50 brands of Artemether, can you pinch one manufacturer, pinch them very well, that X-Forge is only X-Forge? Can you have sister for it? So that when my patients cannot afford X-Forge, or for one reason or the other, because we have that supply chain. In Nigeria, it happens. We have supply chain, what's that word now? Disruptions, failures. There are times, we're all here. There are times we couldn't find some medications. You can't find it. And Nigeria is very funny. Some people, those medications will come out of the woodwork from somewhere. And you know it is not the thing. So we have to help ourselves. When you are telling some people that, don't go and buy that thing, they're not looking like you, because you don't have. You don't want me to buy from the next person. But I don't have because I don't know where that thing came from. The owner said they don't have. So how come some people have? So you need to help us. So that when we say we don't have, there's a substitute. I can tell my patient, this is not available, truly, because of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but this is close to it. Not that I just tell the patient to go and we're looking at each other. That is what. Those are my challenges. Those are my problems as a retailer. So, but by and large, on a scale of 1 to 10, I think you do 6 for me.
All right. Thank you very much, Fambi. like Mr. said, exactly. Even dispensing and forensic is 60%. So we are good. All right. So IG, from the industrial perspective, how would you, because luckily you are past the NIPE chairman, you feel the funnel from the top. And it's what you feel in, either as an importer or as a manufacturer, that moves through to the wholesalers, to the retailers, and to the end product. So how do you see the distribution state now, before we zone into wholesalers, the distribution system? What would be your assessment of the current state of the distribution system in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much, for the question. And thanks to PWDAN for granting me the opportunity to be here to talk about this. It's really an honor. And I congratulate PWDAN for the past 3 years. Yes, you are still in your younger years, but I hope that in some more years to come, you'll be doing much greater. So when you ask about the current, then there must have been a past. That's the way I want to look at it. And since I left school in 1990 till now, everything seems to be about the same, except that PWDAN came on board. So as a young rep, what was distribution like? So now when we're talking about distribution from the wholesaler, we are talking about sourcing those, that's procurement. We are talking about storage, and we are talking about, moving it to the to the hospitals or retail. And by and large, for me, not much has changed, because all the structures that were there in 1990 are still here. The only thing is that some people are doing things better. But in terms of the system, because I think we're talking about system, we're not talking about particular practices. So in terms of the system, nothing has changed. Idumota is still there, Ariara is still there, Bridgehead is still there, Sabongeri is still there. Okay. In terms of how the manufacturers and wholesalers operate, and importers operate, not much has changed, because many of them still send products through the wholesaler. They also have their reps that still go to retailers. So that chaos is still there. Okay, so you have an importer who can sell even to the consumer. Yes? You import, and then somebody calls you, a doctor calls you, he wants something, there is a patient he's handling, and you sell. So the system is still as it has been. Now, but we can change it, and I think that's the reason for the conversation. Like you mentioned rightly, when you don't have alternatives, nothing changes. So PWDAN is there presenting an alternative to what we may call the status quo. So what we are discussing now today is maybe moving forward in the next 5 years, what are we trying to see and how do we put in some mechanisms to make sure that we get there? Now and again, asking us, for example, the current, what is there, is also about measurement. Okay, when you can't measure something, then you can't particularly say, maybe by observation you can say, yes, something has changed, but you may not be able to say by how much it has changed. And that brings up another challenge for us in the pharma sector. Some of the times we brandy data or statistics, and we want to challenge ourselves. Sometimes somebody says 70% of what we consume in Nigeria are imported, 30% are manufactured in Nigeria. But that statement, the person who is saying it, all of us who have been saying it, I've also said it at some fora. National chairman of NAIP, we say, yes, we import this, but there is no document, there is no study anybody can cite. It's just maybe somebody has said it somewhere and that person is a respected person, and then everybody says, okay, if it is coming from this person, then maybe it is correct. We don't also know about fake medicines. Maybe somebody will come out today and say 16% of anti-malarials are fake. There is a study. Show us the study now. Publish it. It's science. We should be able to look at those documents and challenge them. If your study protocol is, for example, is flawed, then somebody else should come up with a better protocol. Or if your protocol is correct, somebody else should be able to use the same protocol and arrive at the same answer. So some of the statistics we push about, I'm also not, as a person, I cannot say they are very correct because we should know how they come about. So, for example, market data, we don't have it. We don't have market data. We don't know, for example, the size of our market. It's all guesswork. You will see it from 1.4 to 2.5. The one I was reading yesterday is saying 3. And you are wondering, it's mentioning it in dollars. And we know we have had devaluation over the past 1 year. So if you are measuring in dollars, it cannot be rising. It can at best be maybe at the same level or going down. So if your naira was exchanging at 990 naira or 650, sometime, let's say 9 months ago or 10 months ago, and your market size was in dollar 1.3, when the value of the naira has depreciated, by so much, you cannot expect your dollar market share to be the same. It will depreciate by that much. Okay, so all of those data that we see, some of the times we can't really rely on them. So maybe by the next time the mic comes to me, when we are talking about what PWDAN should be doing or what PWDAN can do, then I should be able to maybe make some suggestions. But our distribution, even the, what do we call it? National Distribution Guideline. New National Distribution Guideline. Is it still new? We should be able to ask ourselves, in all honesty, is it a success or is it a failure? And when do we say it has failed or when do we say it has succeeded? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are not called IG for nothing. Whether it's Instagram, whether Inspector General, whether it's always delivering and always on point. Okay, so let's take the hospital perspective, madam. Your perspective of the drug distribution system in Nigeria. After this, we then dive into wholesaling. But for now, the whole system itself.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to talk from the private, as a pharmacist, coming from the private hospital. First and foremost, I want to thank, when the president saw me here, he now said, this must be Abuja connection. I just smiled. So I want to thank the organizer of this conference for inviting me all the way from Abuja. I know there are private hospitals here in Lagos, and I think it's more like deliberate, because when you talk about access to drug, Lagos should be the hub, because we have a lot of We have some industries here, Emzor close here, and other wholesalers around this place. That before you talk about transporting it to Abuja, and we talk about access to the patient getting the drug. Well, a lot has been said with regards to it, and I think I want to align more with my sister that there's an improvement. Where is this improvement coming from? I think taking advantage of technology now, where we are in terms of distribution. Digital technology is actually helping in monitoring inventory, tracking orders, and also data that will actually help in terms of distribution of drugs. But there are still challenges. Some said they gave a lot of name. It's chaotic. It's not. There's some even another word that was used, not properly channeled. We gave when the keynote speaker was actually asking questions with regards to how the distribution system is and what are the challenges, what's actually responsible for what we have now. Why are we not getting there? And I think one aspect that was left out in terms of this distribution is we did not even consider the issue of infrastructure. The wholesalers, the manufacturers, and the wholesalers, I would say they are actually, wholesalers and the distributors are a bridge between what the manufacturer, the drugs that are manufactured, down to where they are being consumed. That's they serve as a link where the private hospital also come in when you talk about the health sector consuming it. When we talk about infrastructure, the road, we don't have good transportation system. And the insecurity again, when you're transporting drug and the issue of insecurity is there, you compromise even, will I say, the safety of the drugs that have been transported. And this also leads to what? To delay. We've talked about prices here. The keynote address speaker, or the chairman rather, talked about, you're talking about affordability. Affordability is in what I say, I would rather say it's relative. Relative in the sense that what is affordable now? We cannot close our eyes to the devaluation and inflation that we're having in the country now. You find out that in a situation where the particular, we keep changing prices of drugs every day. Every day, prices of drugs are being changed. So these are issues that actually affecting the availability or even the distribution channel. We have various areas in that very regard. Like they've also pointed out, the issue of regulation. A lot has been said about NAFDAC. The regulation hurdles is also there for one to think about. And at the same time, they talked about handling. She talked about the issue of when the handling of products by the manufacturer. Once these products get from the manufacturer, before it gets to the end users, you find out that a lot of handling hindrances are also part of what affects it outside the transportation, the issue of the transportation aspect. Coming to the hospital itself, when you bring it down to how available it will be in the hospital, you'll find out that getting access to drug and also distributing it is a serious problem. I think because a lot was said with regards to it, when I am asked other questions, I will throw more light.
Thank you very much, madam. Let's appreciate her perspective from the hospital space. Thank you very much. So far, we've heard that we expect wholesalers to be like a gatekeeper for those who are further down the chain, help us to do the sifting. I'll also want to say that when we've run through some of these comments, we'll be given an opportunity to some of our regulators who are in the room to also speak to the matter. I'm aware NAFDAC is in the room, PCN is in the room, so that we can also get their regulatory perspectives on how to drive this. So, yes, we need them as gatekeepers. The retailers want to say that when they get to a wholesaler who is a PWDAN member, they don't want to be thinking two times. Am I safe? Am I not safe? Is this okay? Is it not okay? help do the sifting so that whatever they pick, they can go home and sleep with their two eyes closed. And that cuts across the whole value chain from solid to liquid to cold chain products. It is not expected. I remember one of our senior colleagues in the space, pharmacist Claire Omashe, will always talk about her days when she was actively doing vaccines. Yes, she's still with Vaxifarm, and then they will ask in the market when you go there for vaccines, which one do you want, the hot one or the cold one? And we are talking vaccines here, So when we are sure that when we deal with this category of people, we know what we are dealing with, then we can go home to sleep. And then I just spoke very succinctly on the issue of data. There's paucity of data in this environment. Everything we do, we are hazarding guesses. What's the most frequently prescribed antibiotic? It's supposed to be... And like he said, because he said it as chairman of NAIP one day, somebody said, if the chairman could say, that must be the fact. And then he becomes a reference source. And then every other person is quoting him, and they don't know where the original source came from. And so these are some of the things, as PWDAN, we can also begin to forge in the industry, where we begin to put our data together so that when we speak, we are speaking to correct data. And that is where we should be taking this argument. So the next set of questions will be zeroing down to wholesaling and distribution. And the question is this to each of the members of the panel: what challenges do you have with the current setup of wholesaling in Nigeria? So for the retailers, and I'm aware we have retailers also from other, at least I'm aware the ASPA vice chairman is from the FCT. So it may be easy for Fambi and Baidu to pick from, around. There may be many, I mean, Lagos is the hub, but for those who are from all those other areas, what challenges are we having with wholesaling as it is in Nigeria today? The challenges, and then we'll come back to take what do you want them to be doing to support your business. So, from Bolanle Adekunle, the challenges as it is today with wholesaling in Nigeria, what are the challenges you can pick out that we have? You've said it already, we are not yet there, but then the distance between where we are and where we should be, what challenges do you face?
Thank you very much. Our challenges, as I said earlier, my number one challenge would be availability. We're talking about medication. And the truth of the matter is, when you need a medication, you need a medication. Heaven forbid that you have somebody that is sick that is life and death, that needs a particular medication and you can't find it anywhere. Or you have to start calling everywhere, and there's time, at times it's time-based. If you don't get it at a point in time, that person is basically just telling the person to go. Because maybe they've tried every other thing and they found, okay, there's still a particular one that will do the job, and you can't find it anywhere. And it exists. So that is my number one problem. That's my number one challenge. Availability. What did we say? We said access. Access means I should be able to have the medication when I need it, as I need it, who needs it at every point in time. So when I don't have it and I'm calling, I don't have, who has this, who has that, and I'm calling Abuja and I'm calling Ibadan and I'm calling, and as we said, Nigeria transportation is not that sweet. So I'm calling all these places. Even if they have it, how soon will it get to me? How soon is it every patient that can afford to the cost of me getting the drug from somewhere else? I know we do that here. And sometimes some local ones, we do that. Okay, you want a medication, I'm in Lekki, and the person is in Ikorodu, and they can't find the medication in Ikorodu, but it's in Lekki, and the person can afford, and okay, they get it to them. Time. It's not magic, it's not Ojuju, they're not going to snap their finger and to get there. Time. So that's my number one problem, availability. And in most cases, there's no alternative. By the time we look around for all that thing, then if it's so hard, then we now start looking for alternatives. And at times, even the alternatives we can't get. So that's my number one challenge. Counterfeit drugs. For me, it's not really a challenge because, as I said, I deal with my PWDAN people, and anything I buy from them, I sleep. And I raise my legs. And those that are from the manufacturers, distributors, I try to get that from distributors. So if somebody says something's wrong with it, I don't fight. I can call the company that, Oga, they say your drug is not working. So, so at least for that counterfeit part, I have tried to do my own little, because trying to recognize which is fake and original. The fake people, they know how to, it looks better. Some fake products look better than the original. So I've removed that from my wahala. Then what other challenge do I have? Pricing. Because the truth of the matter is, I understand all the things. We're all in business to make money. That's the truth. So we have to try. So apart from the manufacturers have to help us, the wholesalers have to help us. Maybe we have to, what's that word? We say in Nigeria, we try to be, I want to be CEO of my 100,000 instead of me to be staff of a 1 billion corporation and they pay me more than 100,000. But I want to be Oga 100,000. That's what we do. I think we need to have all this coming together so that we can actually volume discounts. It will help the pricing at the end. All of us will win in the end. All of us win in the end. Then, what else? So that's talking about finance. And, of course, our staff. When we're talking about, when Chino said that thing, they said, do you want hot or cold? The person said, do you want hot or cold? He's not being wicked. He doesn't know. In his mind, all not the same thing. He's medicine inside the vial. He doesn't understand that hot one, he can use it to wash his feet. It's useless. If he knew, he would not, unless some people that are just wicked, forget about those ones. But normal people, that their brains are working well, will not deliberately keep a vaccine to be hot and ask you, do you want hot or cold? He knows he's talking nonsense, but he doesn't know. So that is important. Education. We need to understand that this business we are in, people have to know what they're doing. They have to understand. They're not selling rice and they're not selling jollof rice and chicken. It is medicine. They have to be kept at a certain way. So education is important. Let them understand what they are dealing with. That this thing I'm handing across, even if it's a sachet of Panadol, they should understand. So education is important. That's a part of my challenges. So I think our manufacturers and our wholesalers, they need to have more, what's that word now, partnership, collaboration, which will help the pricing and which also help the accessibility. And also data. We said if we don't write it, it's not done. My wholesalers also need to data, except the manufacturers are not listening. Because almost every year we have the same thing. There's a particular point in time, there are some products, it's not available. And it's like the same thing, It rains every year in Nigeria and every year it's flooded. Why? Why do we do these things to ourselves? It gets, I'm sure the patients and look at us, they've come again. So at times, some of them know us. At the point in time, they know to buy 5 packets of something because they know that we'll soon start taking that story that is not available. It's disgraceful. And I actually feel ashamed when it happens. I feel sorry. I can't do anything about it, but on myself, I'm feeling sorry for myself because I'm a pharmacist. I'm part of the supply chain. I'm the one the patient has seen. And it doesn't make sense that every year I'm speaking the same English. It's not available. Why is it not available? Last year you bought 10. You know 10 was not enough. Can you make it 15 this year? Or 20? But no, we'll make it 8. So data. So that's what I need my wholesalers do for me. Data. So that this year, by the time I come, I know that there's no time that they'll tell me and this is not available. Or even if it's not available, it's just a very short. You can blame somebody else, but not you. You have done your own part. So that's very important. The forecasting. So use of technology. Let us let technology work for us. We pay so much for it. Let it work for us. And if we train our staff that man it, understand what they have, they mine out the information, our lives will be easier. So my challenges are pricing, availability of products, infrastructure, training, and financing, basically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her. Now, to IG, yours is your response, speaking for your sector, it's one of the topical issues we need to crack. And that I say that because, like I said, you're the one feeding the funnel from the top. And it's been said, it's been alluded to in the past that the bulk of the products that come from you, from your space, largely find their way into the open market. And so the question is, what's the challenge you have with, is it possible really to say, okay, I'm bringing in my shipment and I'm only pushing it through modern wholesale? That speaks to the real question I'm asking. What challenges do you have with the current setup of wholesaling in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you once more. When we discuss this subject, it's better we're able to define what we're looking at. If you say problem with wholesaling in Nigeria, it's not problem with PWDAN. It's problem with the system. So it's much a larger system that you want me to speak to, not what PWDAN is doing. Because the topic today is enhancing access. And that enhancing access to quality, affordable medicines. Yep. Already PWDAN has taken care of quality medicines. Okay. Now, talking about affordability, perhaps there's something PWDAN can do. But when you have medicines that are not genuine, okay, it falls beyond the PWDAN. Now, for PWDAN as well, what percentage of the wholesale structure in Nigeria does PWDAN occupy? So if PWDAN occupies 5% or 10%, you still have 90% you're dealing with, which is completely out of what we're talking about. So if you're asking me of the problem of the wholesaling structure in Nigeria, it's not the problem of PWDAN. And when we look at it, it's a whole gamut. Okay? So that whole gamut, like I said, comes from procurement. So that wholesale structure we have are procuring in a wrong way. They are aiding and abetting in bringing in of fake products in Nigeria, and it's moving all around the place. They are not storing the products properly. They are not disposing of them well. Okay, this one that PWDAN, when you have products that are expired, you start calling NAFDAC to come and destroy. The other 90%, are they calling NAFDAC or do they change the date? So when you talk about the problem with wholesale, it's much beyond PWDAN. So let's be able to put it together. And that is the same way that I answered the first question about distribution. Okay, it's a broader picture. Now, for us, for manufacturers and importers, I think some of these things are already with us. We are just trying to articulate them by coming to a panel and discussing a conference. It's not that there's anything we are going to say here that many of us don't already know. But now, for wholesale generally, when we're talking about access to medicine, the simplest way to think about it is a patient who is either in a hospital or at home or have come to a community pharmacy. He has an ailment. He or she wants a medication that should take care of that ailment, and he cannot get that medication, either because it is there in the pharmacy and can't afford it, or it's not in the pharmacy at all, but it exists. Maybe it exists in the UK or US, but it's not in Nigeria. Or it exists in Nigeria, and his doctor or her doctor doesn't know that it exists. So he or she doesn't even have any way of knowing. So all it is about is that the person who needs this medication can't get it. And then there's morbidity and there's mortality. So for wholesalers that, occupy that critical position in the funnel, as we have always talked about it, and that's actually how we want to look at it, is if that critical position is used optimally, we can enhance access. Now, first is what you read about pharma in the country will tell you that majority of what all of us do right now serves only about 20% of the population. Urban area, semi-urban. The hinterland, the rural area, I don't know how much we have reached it. Even with Solomon being here, you're welcome, sir. PCN talked about hub and spoke. 2 years or 3 years after, we have not seen the hub, we have not seen the spoke. We have talked about, you are going to reply. We have talked about, what did we call it? The one that they say you have a big pharmacy and it has a smaller satellite pharmacy. Up until 2 years, I don't think we have defined that satellite. The satellite maybe is hanging in the orbit. We have not seen the satellite. Therefore, we have not even reached the rural areas. So if we are talking about wholesalers, out of the 5,000 or whatever, of course, we see that with PCN. You see the number of wholesalers in the country. Where are the location of those 5,000? You have about 16 cities in Nigeria. Sometimes, depending on who is looking at, you look at 18. Look at, of course, they call Lagos city, but it's a state. But if we want to mention the cities in Lagos, we have more than that. But you look at Lagos, Ibadan, Ilori, look at Abuja, Kaduna, look at Jos, look at Benin, Port Harcourt, Calabar, Kano, Enugu. If you count them like that, you get about 16 or 18. You can extend it by calling Oka, Ogbomosho, Akure, and some other places like that. You may be getting up to 24 cities in the country. Those cities, if you check their population, it's not more than 20-25% of the Nigerian population. So what's happening to the other 75%? So most of the wholesalers are in these places, and that's what my sister here is talking about. How these products reach the retailer. Okay, so what the PWDAN may be looking at, or if we look at the bigger wholesale structure, now is the of wholesalers in the country. Okay, so beyond Lagos, Kano, Onitsha, and maybe Abuja now, and a couple of other places. Can you count 2 more other wholesalers? I know maybe Ogun State or close by. So PWDAN, for example, may want to map where their members are in the country. Even those who are not PWDAN are distributed along this same kind of pattern, such that in my village, it's maybe a patent medicine vendor's licensed dealer that is there. Though I'm the chairman of NAIP, I can't get medication to my village. Okay? So, and that is the way it may be for many of us who are the elites in the profession, which is what Shino has mentioned. Therefore, the structure here is how do the wholesalers feed the retailers? And if that mapping, if we cannot see a picture that is a bit optimal, if it's continued to be skewed, okay, you have maybe 800 wholesalers in Lagos, 200 in Abuja, in Kano, Onitsha, and all of that. You don't have maybe 10 in many of the suburban areas, at least 2 in some of the rural areas. Then access will not be enhanced. Access to quality medicine will not be enhanced. And in a situation where we have not formed a critical mass, then access to quality medicines will still be a challenge. So this is what puts on PWDAN a huge task, because you are starting and everybody is happy with what you're doing. The more you are able to do that, then the more you are going to take over the space. That's what I look at. Then the second one I want to speak to is data. No matter what we talk about, when you see go back, go round, you still come back to data, which is also what I'm going to suggest to PWDAN, what we may be doing. I recall in our years as medical reps in the 90s or so, there was this mechanism that the manufacturers and importers used to have, whereby they take all their products and give to the wholesaler. Then their rep redistributes from the wholesaler. So the company itself does not take from the company and go to retail. But the wholesaler, maybe in Aba, for example, is servicing Umuahia, Uyo, and all that area. So what the rep does is he does his marketing and then refers the retailers to the wholesaler. And then there's a way that this is tidied up along the line. But I think that system has collapsed completely. But if we can go back to that system, that gives PWDAN and the wholesalers a stronger role to play. And that way, data can be collated and you can monitor the markets, and then we can do more. So I just want to pick on those two, reach and then data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IG. Always giving us cogent points to ruminate on. All right, so madam, from the hospital space, what challenges with
the private hospital space? I think in the private sector, people go to the hospital because of timely delivery. You're able to see your physician, you're attended to promptly, and you expect to get your drugs as at when due. The drug is supposed to be available. And I think one of the roles the wholesalers play is in terms of managing logistics and then deliveries of quality medicines to prevent delays, and then delays of medicines to facilities, to the health sector, which the private hospital is also one of the beneficiaries. So in terms of, there are issues, there are times you see a patient standing right before you, you're already not having enough drug, because whether we want to be honest with ourselves or not, the issue of the economic constraint is biting hard on everybody, and most of the private hospitals who want to stock drug in large volume, and you can't really predict the number of patients that you might have that will have need for a particular drug. And once you've run out, you place an order. I'm sure somebody is in the hall here that will be smiling that we do business with one of our partners in Abuja. I even told them that I'm going to blacklist them because they don't deliver our products on time. Yes, because for us, the patient is before you, and the only way the CMD can see you to be efficient is when you deliver. Let me use the language, you're on top of your game. The patient is before you. The patient can be patient, let me use that word. From seeing, they can come to the hospital, spend like 2-3 hours, but at the point of collecting their drug, they are no longer patient. And they feel that the whole time they've wasted in the hospital is because the pharmacy did not give them their drug. So timely deliveries of requests, orders that have been placed, it's one major challenge that, for me, who are coming from the private sector, I see that we have. And outside the timely delivery, the issue of meeting up with the supplies that are given. Their role again is to ensure that, one, there's a continuous and a reliable supply of pharmaceuticals in their premises. And if this is not there, because by the time they have robust supply chain, they will help to mitigate issue of stock out and overstocking. And by the time these orders are placed and they are not supplied, they don't have enough quantity of what you, and most times they don't even let us know. You send in your request, the request is not supplied as at when due, and that which is not available, your attention is not even drawn to it. Maybe until towards the end of the day, when you are receiving the supply from them, you now say that maybe you make a request for about 15 or 20 items, you're getting delivery for about 5 or 6. And it's possible that you've promised the patient that please come back in 1 or 2 hours. You're going to get your medication, your supply given to you. That is one. And another one that I really want to that is a concern to us in the private sector is the issue of since they serve as a link between the manufacturer and even the consumer, which the private hospital is one of, is issue of return of when they were about to expire drug, they don't receive return of drugs. Once supply is made and you're not able to deplete such product from your shelf. Yes, in terms we are supposed to monitor our inventory, monitor our consumption, but there are times you want to the dates are closed, and most of these supplies, our attention are not drawn to it. You find out that there are some supplies that will be made. Once your attention is not drawn to it, that this particular product is short-dated. And this is where issue of, will I say, clear communication, being transparent in terms of communicating between the private hospital and the wholesalers should come in. You let us know this product we are giving you at this particular point in time. You we're not pushing it over to you because we know you're going to consume it, but be aware that the dates are the drugs are short dated. If our attentions are drawn to it, emphasis will be laid on dispensing or how to relate the message or dispense to patient in that regard. In another way, when you talk about returning, they don't accept drugs that are about to, or expired drugs, unlike the distributors. The distributors, or will I say, those that come directly from the companies, they come monitor the progress of the consumption pattern of the drug that are in the hospitals. Once you tell them, come, this drug is out, their attention is drawn to it, they do a return. They like take that very product from you to another hospitals that will consume it faster, and then there is a swap. The wholesalers don't swap products that you draw their attention to, that the dates are about, they are close to expiring. One other basic, will I say, main challenge that you see most people, that will I say the private hospital also have with wholesalers. You talk about outside the issue of timely delivery and expiry drugs that are not being received. Pricing is another factor. Yes, it's not something that they can control, but if one's attention is drawn to it, there are instances we have to like buy, because if they have this, will I say, being a body, if they have this, will I say, transparency pricing model where prices can be controlled, because you can see that from a particular wholesaler, one product, the price of a particular product is different from another one, and it affects us. Having built up that trust, you find that if we don't we keep buying from you and discover that from that same product, same badge, you're getting it. Let me be a bit. My sister had already said she doesn't go to the open market to buy, but we have patients now. Most patients go to other premises outside the hospital. The essence of us being there in the private hospital as pharmacists is also to help the hospital make profit. It's supposed to be a win-win aspect, but by the time our prices are higher than what others are getting outside, you find out that they will tell us we are not helping them to make profit. So issue of pricing is another aspect. Pricing regulation is not controlled by the wholesalers. They have different prices, and it affects what we give to our patients. Thank you.
All right, thank you, madam. You have touched on some very sensitive issues, and I saw some wholesalers already preparing to answer some of those questions. So we're going to allow those robust discussions to happen, because some of them really impinge on the soul of the business, So, but let's continue the discussions. If for those of us in the audience who have questions, contributions, please get ready. We'll be getting to you soon. Our regulators, you will have an opportunity to speak to the issues raised, especially for the PCN. You'll be able to give the goodwill message on behalf of the registrar, then respond to the issues on the table. Will I say final round of questions for the panelists before we take their closing remarks after we've taken all your contributions? So, I believe a number of it has been spoken to, but just in case you've not been able to speak to this, what additional support or service would you require from your wholesaler? That is to say, as they leave this conference back to where they are going, they want to go back with, what do you want us to do for you? Why? I mean, we don't want you to go anywhere else. Stay with us. So what do you want us to do for you? Let's go back and get back to the drawing board, or is it the laptop or the iPad, and then restructure our operation. So, Fambi, once again.
Thank you, Shino. As you said, we probably have spoken about it somehow in our talk. But what do I want them to do for me? Minimize stockouts. That's my number one. They deliver, so unless I want them to come and make the order for me, I want to sit down and they can't do that for me. So they deliver. So I'm happy. I can pick up if I want to and they deliver. So that is sorted. But that availability, that is my number one issue. Availability. And if we can't help it, what alternative? If for one reason drug A is just not available, we have done everything as human beings, and it's just, so is there A1? So that I don't leave your front and stand in front of my customer, I'm looking like a Sule. I don't have. What can I do? Go see. You don't have. Doesn't sound nice. But when I say I don't have A and I have B, it's left to me to know how to toast the customer to forgive me and buy B. But when I don't even have B, I'm doing like this. A is not available. And because I'm looking like you that, so what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I should tell him to go to UK to buy it, or to go to Dubai to buy it, or to go to Ghana to buy it, or he should now go to Onitsha to buy it. It's not good. So that is what I need you to do for me. When minimize my stock out. And I also think I don't know how to say this now. Is it for this is not to do for me, it's for do for all of us. I think advocacy is important. I think as PWDAN, we have to, find a way to make noise in the ears of those that matter. I think advocacy is important. If we do that, it will help our pricing, because that's my number one problem. Pricing. Because even as a pharmacist, I'm standing in front of, fine, I'm not on the shop floor most of the time, but at times I actually just stand on the shop floor and they ask for price of something. And I scan it, and even me myself, I'm afraid. Shook. That, I'm looking at the price, that this is the price of this thing. BSC. Even me myself. Me too. So I'm now thinking that for somebody needs this every month. What is going to happen to the person? Some people are rich, or I have friends that ask me as a pharmacist, help me to get this. I bought a medication for one of my friends. What did she was 100,000 naira, and I was trying to think she can afford it, but not all of my friends can afford to pay 100,000 naira for a month's supply for a medication. So I was just trying to think, if she couldn't afford it, what would I have told her? Because she'll just be looking at me. Fambi, I have to sort her out. She needs the medication. Am I going to tell her, my sister, well, go and pray, or what am I going to tell her? Because there was no option. That's the price of the drug, and there's no option B. So the only saving grace was sugar. But even me and her, as she was paying for, she was telling me that, family. And in how many she's going to call me, because we soon run out. She's still looking for the medication, and I have to get it. So that pricing, availability, and also substitutes, those are my two areas. So I think advocacy, we need to do that. We need to find a way to make noise in the ears of those that matter. That they have to do something for us about pricing. They have to do something about our forex. They have to do something about how long they keep our drugs in whatever demo rates. They say they are checking. What are they checking? And they have to do something about it. Whether it's going to be priority that our medications have to come out so people don't die. They have to understand. I have vendors that import some small things for me. And I'm faced that this thing is so expensive, and they're telling me, Fambi, do you know how much I paid for this? And I'm begging them, and they're telling me that what? And he tells me how much he used to clear a carton of something. It doesn't make sense. How much is the medication? And he's telling me that this price has not changed from how many years I've been buying it. But my clearing charges is changing. So that's why I'm selling it to you at XYZ price. So we need to make noise in somebody's ears so that something can be done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. IG, the way forward, what do you want them to go back home with?
Fambi, unfortunately, there's nothing PWDAN can do for you.
Not them.
They cannot do anything. It's macroeconomics. They can't do anything because they buy from us and they put their 15% or 10%
or 7.5%.
7.5%. It's a conversation. So it's good we understand, how things stand. There's really little or nothing they can do. The most they can do is to minimize their own profit, but they have to be in business.
Even if they don't put margin, it's expensive.
Because they have overheads, and all of that. So, PWDAN, don't reduce your price for her. What? Don't reduce your price for her. The point is that every price is up. I used to buy yam, buy bread, all those things. When you go, the prices are like 3 times, 5 times, 6 times, 10 times. Okay, so we should not, I want to say it as pharmacists, we should not, how do I put it, feel anyhow about it, but to tell the people how things stand. 90%, as we say, or 95%, going back to statistics again, at least this one we know, of medicines in Nigeria, either finished goods or raw materials or API, whatever, they are imported.
Yeah, true.
So the common denominator is that if you were exchanging your naira for 600 naira, now you are exchanging for 1,600 or 1,300 as the case may be. There's really nothing you can do about it. The price will just go in that direction. So let me quickly run through what I want PWDAN to do. Okay, I've mentioned about your spread and your reach. PWDAN is young, doing great. But you look at yourself now as an association with maybe a 5-year or 10-year strategic plan. And what would you like to do to increase your membership, to be more relevant in your space, to add value? Therefore, I would like to find out, or you would like to find out, who are your members? Is this PWDAN a Lagos venture? I want to see those from Ogun State. I don't know if they are here. Those from the east, those from the north,
they are here.
All across the country.
Yeah.
Now, so fine. So when we map, we see where we are, and what next you may have to do in the next 5 years is to have more of such your viable members, either more in a location or spreading out, so that you can reach more. And you can measure it. If today we are reaching 10% of the population, or we're in 10 cities, in the next 5 years, we want to be in 15 cities, want to be in 20 cities. That is how you can, achieve reach. And this is the reason why those who are sending the products into the funnel to you, when they feel you don't have the reach, they try to have the reach. Okay? But if you can reach the retailers, you can reach the hospitals, then, you would have been able to do that. So please, as scientists, I know you don't like the manpower. There are many scientists among you. You can measure it, and you can say, okay, in 5 years' time, we want to reach 20. Now we are 10, and every year you are saying where you are. Even if in 5 years' time you reach 12, it is still something. You're able to measure it. So that is one thing I want you to do. And that's also what the keynote address speaker mentioned. We walk in between practice and business. And all of us have been saying it, but we're saying it here like this, like that. We have to make profits. But it's about the practice that makes you say you want to make profits. Because if the manufacturer, the importer, sends products to you, and you are trying to profiteer, which is what the keynote address speaker said, and instead of pushing those products down the line, you want to profiteer. I want to be sure whether it will be scarce or whether if you sell, can you buy again? Then you may not be satisfying the wholesaler or the manufacturer. The importer or the manufacturer who trusts that you will help them do that. Now, the second one, which has come up again and again, is the feedback. The chairman of the day mentioned that about how one of the current, in fact, I think that's the immediate past chairman of PWDAN, spoke to him about going into ibuprofen manufacturing or importation. I think manufacturing, yes. So that is a key role that PWDAN needs to play, and I want to speak to it in 2 aspects, both for manufacturers and for importers. Now, some time ago, I think 15 years ago or so, 10 years ago, we didn't have data. We didn't have anybody coordinating anything. And somebody came into this country and worked at the retail level, because he worked on a funnel kind of thing, to begin to do some kind of data collection and statistics. And many of us had to pay a lot to get it. But PWDAN is just in the place to do it. So even if not doing it in terms of high-end technology thing or whatever, you should be able to tell us, for example, among across TAs, which are the leading molecules. You should be able to tell us. She is talking about alternatives. Which is the first brand? Which is the second one? You should be able to give us some kind of forecast. She is talking, all of us talk about we plan in 2 months. Like, madam, you want the wholesaler to deliver to you, but he's just getting your order maybe 6 weeks to when he should deliver it. It may be difficult for him. If we begin to share data, look at it, and say, for example, your hospital has consumed X, let's say 2,000 units of X in last year, then you know that this year there's a possibility of consuming about that 2,000. Okay? Or if you put a 10% on it, it's 2,200. Then you make your wholesaler aware that this is what I'm likely to do, and we break it down into quarters. It's likely that you may get better supply for that year than if he's just blinded to it. So it's just about that feedback. So for the manufacturer, perhaps we should be telling them, engaging with them. Maybe you can have PWDAN manufacturer forum where you can tell them, we can see a trend. These products, which we believe you have the capacity to manufacture, are like this, like that. The prices are going up. Can you get it at a better price or whatever? Then again, from the retail, I'm sure there are some orders they give to you, which maybe some of those products you have not seen them, or you don't deal in them. It's also up to you to tell the importers, we see prescriptions, we get orders for this. Can we make these products available? That's what we are talking about, access to medicine. If a doctor is writing for a patient and the patient can't get it, and maybe that doctor has seen it in Britain or in France, and he knows it's available, that this patient can afford it, but it's not in Nigeria, then the person doesn't have access. If it comes to something that will result in mortality, certainly the mortality will have to happen because it's not there. So that kind of feedback. So I will suggest to PWDAN that you can have maybe what you call a required drug list that you publish annually, both for manufacturers and for wholesalers. Look at this. From January to June, we have seen this trend. We are seeing this prescription. We are seeing these drugs. It's not available. We are not able to distribute them. Okay? So you talk to the relevant sector, whether Nairofarm or PMG Man or something. You can have a forum. Or you decide to do some kind of, we like call it relationship with individual business, because it will eventually dovetail. It will not be an organizational decision. It will have to be a business decision by somebody who wants to do it. If he spoke to Reels, and Reels didn't want to do ibuprofen, it will not come out. Okay? But the owners of the business will be willing to do that. So that is the second one, a role you can play and play very well. The third one is when we talk about affordability. Maybe in the short term, we may not be able to do much, but in medium to long term, perhaps we may be able to do something. So I thought about something, and I know I had discussed this sometime with Dr. Munjeze sometime in the past, and she will tell you just about labeling. Now, I know you can do bulk procurement. I somehow know you have done it, okay, amongst your members. But you have done those bulk procurement on existing products as registered. Now, how can you reduce this price? At least I have an idea about pricing of products, branded products that come to the market. When you look at the medicine itself, aside the primary, secondary, and tertiary packaging, aside the cost of marketing and cost of distribution, you will see that that medicine itself perhaps may just be about 25% of the cost. Therefore, there is something you can do to primary, secondary, tertiary packaging, to sales and marketing and distribution costs that may just be able to reduce that product. And doing it as PWDAN perhaps can help. Now, the suggestion, for example, could be, we know that, as is reported world over, at least in Nigeria, that malaria accounts for about 60% of clinic visits. So if we focus, for example, on anti-malarials, we have the anti-malarials, we have the adjuncts to anti-malaria, analgesics, hematinics. Some of the time, some doctors will also give anti-helminthics. Now, PWDAN looks at this and says, AL, for example, or dihydroartemisinin piperacin, we see these volumes, okay? And we know those who manufacture them here or who import in some cases. But we have people who manufacture. PWDAN can approach those who manufacture. And then what we could be looking at is, how can we drop cost of distribution. Because now PWDAN has mapped. PWDAN knows those who are in Lagos, those who are in Abuja, and how to move them down to the retailers who are attached to PWDAN members. So if we give them some huge orders, that will also help them to make a kind of procurement for their APIs and recipients in such a way that PWDAN can get it at a better price. So not just bulk procurement. And you can actually, as PWDAN, approach NAFDAC for labeling or for, let me give an example, for instance. You have an AL that comes in the sachet that is maybe for adults, a 6-dose sachet that comes into a pack that stays in the retail. Okay? If you make that single sachet a bulk of 1,000 or a bulk of 100, then the outer secondary packaging, the cost is cut. Okay? Now, if you have PWDAN members, spread across the country, and that pack is done, and maybe it's a PWDAN pack, then it can go to your members, and it can be the cost now per sachet. You may be surprised could come down by 25% because of that kind of thing, and then it could be more affordable. But it's not something you can do on a short term. It's something you can do on a medium to long term. So it's possible. If you do that for the anti-malaria, do that for the analgesic, do that for the hematinics, perhaps you may just be able to solve a part of the problem. You can't solve all the problem. So you can look at that. And then the other way to look at affordability in the long term, this may be like idealistic, but I may still say it. We have, for how many years, talked about pharmaceutical starch production in Nigeria. It has not happened. And I've really looked at it in a number of ways. Why perhaps it has not happened is because we don't have good, just like we have good GMP, good distribution practice, good laboratory practice, we also have good agricultural practice. And that is why many of the products that leave Nigeria are not sold out of Nigeria, because there's a lot of pesticides, there are a lot of whatever. Okay? So that's the same way that it happens with us when it comes to, let's say, cornstarch. The microbial load in cornstarch can be huge, such that the processing to get to pharmaceutical grade starch can be a challenge. However, we have cassava starch, which can actually be used as pharmaceutical grade starch. And many of our universities have actually done a lot of experiments, and they have actually used cassava, that's tapioca, to do to formulate products. Nigeria is the highest producer of cassava in the whole world. And this is without any intervention, just the one we produce, we do gari, we do whatever. Now, if we look at it as a pharma sector, the challenge is that I have checked with all the manufacturers in Nigeria. Their formulation use cornstarch. All of them use cornstarch. So if you do cassava starch, you may have a problem with who will buy from you, because what they have formulated to use, which is cornstarch. And why is it cornstarch? Because many of the formulation in USP or BP is cornstarch. But here in Nigeria, we are the highest producers of cassava starch. We can even do more, and we can use it in pharmaceutical, but we are not doing it. Why? Because PWDAN has not approached the manufacturer and say, let us do a trial run and have cassava starch for production of paracetamol. If we do that, yes, I wish it was there, but there are still many people in PMJ. Like I always say, if you throw this challenge, popularize here. Popularize here. And there are many manufacturers who may be just willing to try. And should it be that we have reformulation, it's just to prepare them, go to NAFDAC, submit it to the lab, it goes through the process. Once it goes through, that means I have somebody who is in Nigeria who has been doing cassava starch for gari. Then at some point, she upgraded it, and right now she's supplying Nestle, she's supplying Cadbury, food grade starch. And when we talk to her as NAIP, She says, what do we want for pharmaceutical grade starch? She will do it and give us to try. And she's making a lot of waves in Ondo State, creating a lot of jobs, and people who plant cassava are making more money, and life is better for them. So this is something we can go, and that can be for the long term. And should we be able to make pharmaceutical grade starch from cassava, I can assure you that that alone can bring down cost of products that are done that way by about 20%. Be they paracetamol or vitamin C or whatever they can be. Then the third one I want to suggest to PWDAN, and fourth now, finally, is on data. We have talked about it. But quickly, what is the top 10 pharma products in Nigeria? PWDAN can tell us. You may not get it 100% the first year, but if you do it 2-3 years, NIPE has tried to do it. We couldn't get it done. But perhaps as the funnel is filled and it goes to that critical stage from where it goes, PWDAN can do. We can collaborate to do that. Then with this data, we can plan better. Okay, we can plan better. You can give this information to the importer, to the manufacturers, and this supply chain challenge. Our chairman mentioned VUCA. That VUCA has been with us maybe for the past 5-10 years, and it's getting worse and getting worse. Supply chain is messed up. Like my sister, those gaps you have in supply that your customers are standing before you and you cannot answer them is supply chain issues. If previously lead time, as we know it, used to be three months. For manufacturers outside Nigeria that you want them to bring things for you, is 3 months. Now, nobody's talking about 5 months. They want 6 months. So if you don't do a good forecast that you can get these products month by month or quarter by quarter, you can only do 2 times in a year. So these are the challenges, and it's not just for Nigeria, it's for the whole world. But we can do better with data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we get the hospital perspective. Anybody in the audience? Okay, all right. Okay, good. So quickly, Ma, let's just have what do you want them to do for you? Then we feed it to you.
I've already talked about timely delivery of drug, because for us, our patient is actually the most important. That's why we're there. If we don't have drugs being delivered timely, it means we are going to, since it's a private hospital, like some will say they don't have much allegiance, in as much as they can see the doctors, get their prescription and go out. And if drugs are not available, complaints will also, this negative feedback gets to the top management, and at the end of the day, what happened? It affects we, the pharmacists. And it's still an issue of tussle that in the private hospital, they feel a pharmacy technician can do the work of a pharmacist. And we keep saying we want to be patient-oriented, no more drug-oriented. But by the time I spend most of my time sourcing or chasing drugs, looking for how drug will be made available in the hospital, I think the whole essence of pharmaceutical care that we're talking about in ensuring a better outcome for the patient will not actually come to play. That's one. And I think they also need to create awareness and sensitization. There are so many unregistered, vendors outside there that they need to let them know. By the time they create awareness among hospitals, taking advantage of, I still want to talk about taking advantage of the digital technology. But we're here, the whole essence of this gathering is try to meet up with the universal health coverage. There are private hospitals in the rural area, not just the health sector. So with the use of digital technology, we'll be able to what? You'll be able to, all you need to do is get your order, and these orders are few. They are the ones that also manage logistics. And when feedbacks are given, you go through the whole setup, a premises, set up a whole premises, you're doing well, you're well stocked, and you have staff that are not managing there, because as, the owner, the CEO of such premises, you cannot be there 24/7. And if certain negative feedbacks are given to you, you don't work on it, it's definitely going to affect the whole process. That's one. And I also talked of, he has already talked about issue of reducing price and how can this be done. He has gone through the process of talking about hospital pack. By time, because they are linked between the manufacturers and the end user, which the private hospital is also part. Once drugs are produced in hospital pack, what happens? It reduces the price at the end of the day, and it's a win-win. They can also help in negotiating price and also come with some procurement strategies, implement certain procurement strategies that will like motivate, be a means of motivation. And at the same time, as they are negotiating the price, we talked about partnership with most hospitals. We go a very long way. You cannot look at a hospital that this hospital today is small because it's a private hospital. That small hospital you see today, we grow. And if you don't treat them well, respond to their needs, and giving them drugs as at when due, when they become big, you will not be considered. You will such relationships should be established, and I think that's about that.
All right.
For me.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate all members of the panel. Very quickly, we'll take comments from the floor. Okay, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4. Wahala. All right, good. Okay, so let's keep it. Okay, my chairman, you are going to say. Okay, few people. Okay, so do we take okay, Dr. Monica found it. Wahala. Okay. Okay, family. Yeah, so it's about the brevity of the questions, please. Let's keep it short and sharp, and maybe we may be able to take as many as we can. Brevity, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief.
Okay.
I just wanted to comment while commending PWDAN. We've been here from the beginning, so it's nice to see what's going on. But what Obobolanle said about alternatives, that's what I wanted to comment about. And then data, which IG has expanded on. Yeah. You see, when you try to look, and because I have a regulatory background, so I see a little bit more. When you go into the database and you look at what is registered and what is the reality, there's a big disparity. So PWDAN can help us there very clearly. So you look at those molecules, what is registered and what is actually available. Two different things entirely. And part of that is what informed the 5+5 and stopping more products coming in. So you are in a very good position as PWDAN to actually help us compile the reality on the ground as against what people do, because the past has been that you go to register as many molecules as you can, but you don't bring them to market. So that's one thing. Now, two, the issue about data, if PWDAN has not already done it, it's a very good tool to gather data about the reality on the ground. So please, as you expand and you do the mapping and all of that, wherever you start from, like you said, your top 10 products, your top 5 products, you'll be basing it on what your members are seeing. Let people come out and dispute it. And then you make yourself a force to be reckoned with. So I really want to appreciate PWDAN and encourage them in that light. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monica. All right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, PWDAN, once again. Thank you, Dr. Monica, for what you have just said. It's this. Pharmacy as a profession wanted us to actually work together and not work individually. We have to collaborate. There has to be a link between the manufacturer and PWDAN, and then PWDAN, then ACPN, and then, of course, regulators in the other hand. They can gather all this information from different sources and really, coordinate the whole thing, and it's going to work out. We talked about pricing coming down. How do we get that done? I think he did an excellent, explanation. Now, we have corn stalk, we have cassava flour that can be translated into all this. We have all these potentials. And you remember what happened at the COVID, during the COVID period. Even the one that is not available, even the one that is in China, you can't get it. But we need to start something here that we can have we can have here. Just like you said, we can try and see whether it's really comparable to Constock or not. And then we can now produce these things and, it will work for us. We also need to think, have the global view, in mind, because it is not just us. With the African Free Trade Zone, eventually, what is our standard? What we have been able to do well is what is going to sell out for us. So, PWDAN can also help us in that project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Okafo. Sorry, Mr. Ernest Okafo. Yeah. All right, sir.
Thank you. Mine is to respond to the panelists.
Okay.
Because you talk to us. Yeah. We need to talk to you, respond to you. I will say in the words of Shino that the jungle is maturing. I might take you back a little bit. If you give me the microphone, I can talk for 2 hours on this. Where we are coming from. When we started, we engaged in panel discussion like this and said, pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria, the regulator and the regulated. And I'm happy that some of the panelists are here today. And at the last Pharma West Africa, we talked on this for you to talk to us. And we say, who is an ideal wholesaler? I was a rapporteur like you and that panel. And we discussed a lot just for us to get a feedback from you. And today we are taking it further in this discussion. I like what Famdi has said. I want to react to some of them. When you talked about product stock availability, I will ask again what the Holy Book said. Somebody was going to Emmaus. I say, are you not in Jerusalem to hear about what is going on? I'm asking you, are you not in Nigeria to see what is going on? You talk about forecasting and keeping stock for you. Retailers do what I call patronage polygamy. Now, I don't want to call them prostitutes. I call them polygamy. So I cannot forecast for you. I cannot keep stock for you when you don't have, I don't have a 100% assurance that you are going to come back to deplete that stock. Okay? So I cannot. You are talking about volatility. I will say that we talk about PWDAN. How can you grow PWDAN? And I said, before I became a wholesaler, I tested microphone. And that microphone was tested in 1989 when NAFDAC shut down Idumota. As a retailer, my turnover quadrupled because people who were patronizing that place, including hospitals, came to my retail and started asking for products. That was the instruction I had to make me to enter into active wholesaling. And by the way, yesterday, my company marked 25 years in active wholesaling.
Yeah.
So, why was it done? Because they had the willpower at that time to do what they're supposed to do. At the last ML pre-qualification by NAFDAC, in the training, I asked a question. How you set up, how do you talk about standard in a system where there is disparity? You are talking about standard in an organized sector, whereas we are competing with people who don't have standard and are being fed from the same breast, the manufacturers. And we are competing. They don't have overhead, I have. And that will bring me the issue of price pricing, competing with people who doesn't have overhead. So these are the issues. Where is the willpower? And if we want us to grow, you are asking too much from us. IG, please, the issue of starch and talking to the manufacturer for us to, it is not our bit. We are not researchers. But I love what you did. Please, I hope the investment committee of PWDAN is here. He talks quite a lot that we need to tap from. For information, as the premier chairman of PWDAN, we set up committees. And one of the standing committee is investment committee. All what we have said is our future plan. We know where we are going. And that's why it's loading. So I commend you that our committee we look into what you have said to add to whatever template we have already talking to analytics. We cannot do it alone because from the source, we have, you rightly said, over 70 to 90% of the distribution is not in our hands. And we talk about starting from the foundation to address the issue of distribution in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I think, is it PC? Can we take PCN? And then we take the vice chairman of ACPN.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody.
You can doubly take your goodwill message from the registrar.
The things I want to say, okay, if I'm speaking for the registrar, I'm here to actually represent the registrar.
Okay, good. Yeah.
And I bring you greetings from the registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, Babajir Ahmed. He would have been here, but he's unavoidably absent because of another official duty. For us in PCN, there was drug distribution channel. And I said it the other time, we were here in PWDAN, in Marriott Hotel. I said the essence of that was to technically deprive Idumota of pharmaceuticals. So, as we are here, all of us should have hands on deck. We are all culprits. As you import, where do you supply? You take it to Idumota. A lot of people take them to Idumota, even manufacturers. I know some of them that take them to Idumota. But the essence of the drug distribution channel was to make sure that from the manufacturer, it goes to the wholesaler, to the distributor. From the distributor, it goes to the retailer. It goes to the hospital. And like that, down to the last mile, who is the consumer. But what do? So, if we want to help ourselves and to help PWDAN, I want to tell the retailers that let's take it upon ourselves that we have to patronize PWDAN. If those people that are supplying don't want to starve Idumota, we can starve Idumota by not buying from Idumota, but buying from PWDAN. You will see people will start coming out of Idumota to join PWDAN. So we all have roles to play in this. Now, for the issue of manufacturing, whether you are talking about cassava starch, you are talking about corn starch, you are talking about finished products. The last time we were at Landmark, West Africa, Pharma, there was a beautiful talk that Naip was saying that the collaboration we want to go into now is not finished products. We want to begin to manufacture. If we are coming into Nigeria, help us see how we can begin to manufacture. So, I feel the issue of cassava or whatever thing we are talking about should have been coming from Naip. What are you people doing to make sure that those people you are collaborating with them and buying finished products, you will stop buying finished products and you will try to make sure that you are manufacturing from here. So let's begin to think along that line too. Again, for PCN, we look at good distribution practice. When you have good distribution practice, you will definitely have to follow the channel of the drug distribution. And so when you do that and maintain the flow of the drug, of what PC and NAFDAC want, I'm sure we wouldn't have been here and talking about those wholesalers that are not part. And again, I had a talk with PWDAN and I was telling them that When you talk about regulation, all of us, we have to put our hands on deck. What is PWDAN doing to make sure that those guys that are out there that are wholesalers, they begin to woo them, to bring them into their own fold and begin to tell them that it's not done that way. This is the way it should go. That way, you will be helping the regulators to regulate you better. So I want to say thank you, and I want to say thank you and thank you again.
All right. So we take the ACPN National Vice Chairman, and after that, because we still have a presentation from Green Life, and it's in between us and.
Thank you. Mine is more of comments and information.
Okay. All right, ma'am. 1, 2. Close it. Yeah. Let's go ahead, please.
More of comments and information. I'm very happy with what is happening here. There is no PWDAN without ACPN, and there's no ACPN without PWDAN. I believe what we are all discussing here is about the maintenance of integrity of our products, streamlining our drug distribution system, all channeled towards optimal patient outcome. That is, in summary, what we are discussing. ACPN is doing a lot that addresses most of the problems we have discussed here. There's a lot of investment on digitalization. We have invested in retail toolboxes, which will allow pharmacies to be linked to other pharmacies, retailers to wholesale, wholesale to retailers, and then you'll be able to see the retailer can see the wholesaler, and the wholesaler can see the retailer. This will help address the problem of stock out. It will help address the problem of pricing. These toolboxes have scanners. I think NAFDAC is encouraging track and trace.
Track and trace, yes.
So by the time we have most of our products having features that will help to track products and to trace wherever it is going, the toolboxes already have features that will assist in the track and trace. Talking about underserved areas, why do we have patents? One of the panelists asked that question. It is because the presence of pharmacists are lacking there. As ACPN, we are also addressing that. There is a CPES program of ACPN, which is the Community Pharmacist Expansion Scheme. What are we doing? We are trying to invest in young pharmacists, particularly youth corpers, and then to also set up pharma care centers in underserved areas. How are we going to do it? For now, it is work in progress, and we have started something in Oyo State where our next conference will be. So it is work in progress. So just take it that something is being done in that area. Because of time, let me not expatiate. So now the retail toolboxes, we also help in collating data. We have talked about stock out. Stock out is one of the reasons that create vacuum, that encourages unregistered products to come into the country, that encourages price hike. So the retail toolboxes will help collect data, which will help our PWDAN suppliers and even the manufacturers to know what quantity of a particular medication is consumed in the country at any point in time. Even if it is not specific, it will give an idea that will help. We are not just investing in these areas. We have also been investing in capacity building of our members. A lot of pharmacists, I think over 800 community pharmacists, have been trained in vaccination. And we didn't just stop in the vaccination. We have discussed with organizations that can help with supply, either outright sale or rental of vaccine refrigerators that will help to maintain the integrity of these vaccines by the time our members start stocking. We didn't just stop there. We have discussed with financial institutions that we also help our members to access loan to be able to bring on board some of these things. We also stock a lot of thermolabile products in our outlets. That means we need lights. We know the country of lighting we know the state of lighting in our country. And ACPN has gone into partnership with organizations that will also help retailers and even wholesalers to access inverters with solar panels that will help us not just maintain the integrity of our thermolabile products, but also help us in digital inventory and our sale devices, so that we'll be able to collate the much needed data that we need to give us statistics that will help prevent stockout and even help prevent fake or adulterated products in our system. What am I saying? I'm just trying to encourage all of us. We've been talking, but I think it is time for us to walk the talk. So we are all stakeholders here, and I also want to encourage us to take this beyond just pharmacists. It is high time we discuss with even the prescribers. We should try to create, it may not happen in one day, but let's start something so that we can discuss with prescribers. Part of why patients are suffering, like one of the panelists mentioned, is because they are not well educated, and the prescribers keep writing brand names. And they believe so much in these prescribers, such that when they come to the pharmacist, and the pharmacist try to talk to them about other best substitutes available, they just tell you, this is what my doctor asked me to buy. And it is a problem, and our patients are suffering. I do want to encourage us also to put our searchlight and show interest in health insurance. I think that is also going to help solve so many of these problems we are discussing. As pharmacists, we should show a lot of interest and try to participate. Let's not wait to start crying when the train has left us. Even as it is, even as we do not know the direction we are going, let's begin to show interest and be part of whatever is happening. If it's going to take us into the bush, let's go along with it into the bush. But we all know that at this point in our country, there is an atomic revolution going on, particularly in the health industry. And I want to encourage us that there is light at the end of the tunnel. So let's continue to work, and let's continue to do what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, National Vice Chairman, ACPN. Let's have the comment from Ms. Ali.
Thank you very much.
Right,
I really enjoyed this session with the panelists. I want to, first of all, appreciate Frambi, because she talked so much about the services she's already getting from PWDAN. And that, to me, is like giving us an assurance that, yes, we're on the right track, we could do more. I want to talk to the industrial pharmacists. You know, our problems started little by little. Idumota had always been there, like you said. But it was a bit better when companies allowed reps to lift stock from distributors. There was a little bit of control. I don't know if you were here yesterday. There was a discussion we had during the training where a rep keeps her stock in her car packed at home under the sun. Various temperature would have incursions would have gone on and all that. And all she does is when she has an order, she goes to the vehicle at home to pick and supply to the person. She could probably get stock that will last her a month, supplied to her directly from the company. Now, tell me what will have happened to products kept in a car. When you wind up a car, when you wind up all the glasses, the temperature actually rises beyond the environmental temperature. That has been scientifically proven. And the girl keeps it there and supplies from there for the whole month until the next round of stock comes. And the retail pharmacist who is getting that, or wholesaler, would say, I'm being supplied by the company. Right? All this is happening because that company is circumventing the distribution guidelines. Even if you have only one distributor per state, you should make your reps lift from the distributor wholesaler who has the facility to ensure that the products are properly stored. I don't know how many reps in Lagos are lifting from distributors. I don't know. And let me tell you what makes it worse, sir. Reps come to me. I'm farm fault. And they want to lift stock from me. And I tell them, give me your manager's number. And you call the manager and request for a letter of indemnity. I'm supposed to help you. When your rep lifts from me, he takes to the hospitals and all that. At the end of the day, the sales is yours. It's your brand. But I need a level of assurance that if your rep decides to jackpot, he will not take 2-3 million naira stock from me, sell it and buy a ticket with it. It shouldn't be my sole responsibility to push your brand. Whatever mileage comes from pushing the brand, you will reap it forever. Even when I stop wholesaling and retire to go and be doing Omugo, right? So why don't we join hands in doing this? And the managers will tell you, I cannot give letter of indemnity on that repo. How many wholesalers here have experienced it? Let's say it as it is. So you can't give me a letter of indemnity on your rep, but you deliver the same stock to your rep to store in unknown conditions and sell over time. Where's the wisdom in that? PSN.
Yeah.
No. I'm calling on PSN now.
They have gone.
I think PSN also has a role to play.
PSN is not here.
I know the president was here now. Yeah. I know where I am going. May not allow me land. I'm calling on PSN. I think there's something PSN can do. ACPN is just an arm of PSN. That's why I'm calling on PSN. If we deliberately take a decision to do our best and push drug distribution in the direction it should go, NIHIP, PSN as our parent body, should call NIHIP and PWDAN from ACPN to reach an agreement on how we can ensure that products distributed from the company through PWDAN and through their reps are linked together. You will find out that if this is done, things would straighten out gradually. Kano has taken off. We do hope other CWCs would also take off soon. How are we going to ensure that products that are going into the stores, they are drugs that they offload between 12 midnight and 5 a.m., are not mixed with the product that the company gave to the rep? If I am your distributor and your rep is lifting from me, I can print your rep statement of account to show you the value of stock that the rep lifted from me. If he's reporting sales to you at the end of the month that is beyond that, then you will know that either parallel import or something is coming in. But right now you guys have no control, and it's because you're not working with us. We can give you what you want, if only you are willing to cooperate with us and trust us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. By powers conferred on me by the president of PWDAN, I hereby bring this panel session to a close. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I revert control of this conference back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much, panel members. You've been very beautiful. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for them. Let's celebrate Pharmacist Okpanubi. Thank you for your moderation. And to all, please take picture. I want you together for pictures. Yes. Please, while taking the picture, don't smile so they won't think we're just joking all through. Frown so they know that we argued. Yeah. PCN. Because you all participated. A round of applause for them. These were the people that made the panel discussion very interesting, engaging, and I believe that we've unearthed some discussions, and definitely resolutions will come out of this, and we'll see it all in our respective practice by the special grace of God. Amen. So up next is a presentation by Green Life for about five minutes, please. Yes. If you can do it in 5 minutes, we really appreciate it. Please, a round of applause for them as they return to their seats, and also for Green Life for his presentation. After this, Notify is coming to give out the winners, gifts to the winners, so please watch out for that. So we have a plaque presentation quickly. Yes. Are we ready with the presentation? So quickly, I'd like to invite Pharmacist Salamatu to please come forward. We have a presentation for you. Thank you for being part of this. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes forward. Thank you for all that you did. We want to reward everybody that has been part of the panel discussion, but we'll start with her quickly because she has a flight to catch because she's returning back to Abuja right now. So bear with us. Green Life, please. I'm very sorry. So after this, we'll just move swiftly to your presentation.
Well, on behalf of PWDAN, we want to thank you for taking time out for your busy schedule and for flying to Lagos to come and share your experience with us. We were enlightened, and we hope to take steps towards redressing what we have seen as a gap. God bless you.
So Green Life, your presentation starts now.
Thank you very much. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. The chairman of today's occasion, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I know time is not much on our side, so I'll go quick with my presentation. Oluya, please. Okay, so my presentation today is essentially about Green Life Pharmaceutical as an organization. Okay, you might know one or two things about Green Life. Maybe their products, maybe their reps, maybe some managers in the organization, but you might not really know the true picture of what Green Life represents. So my business here today is to try and, in 5-10 minutes, talk about Green Life as an organization. In the year 2008, Chinua Achebe was celebrating 50 years of Things Fall Apart in a colloquium in the Chatham House. And a journalist put a question to him. And the journalist was like, did you ever know that the book Things Fall Apart will be a success? And like Professor Albert Wolode smiled and said, how would I ever know? I was just interested in writing Nigerian story from a Nigerian. Other works that have been done before then, nobody really did a good job. So it was just for him to do what he's supposed to do, and it turned out to be a very great success. And that is the kind of story that Green Life represents. This is Green Life. In case you don't know where Green Life is, at 35A Association Avenue at Ilukbeju. Background. Green Life Pharmaceuticals is a family-owned, I think I should use this screen. It's a family-owned and partnership business, and it was incorporated in the year 1995 under the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Pharmacists Council gave Green Life its license in the year 2000, and it has always renewed this license accordingly to the PSN rules and regulation. Since the commencement of our full operation in the year 2000, the company, whose premise is duly registered by PCN, has remained committed to the ideals of marketing of its best quality and affordable brands of pharmaceutical products in the bid to promote a healthy living. What's our business? What do we do as an organization? Our primary business in Green Life is to focus on the healthcare delivery. The company's vision is to be the vanguard of healthy living. The company has over time introduced some pharmaceutical products of various therapeutic segments which have become brand leaders in today's Nigerian market. Our popular anti-malaria, the Lonart DS, the Pialaxin TS, we have anti-infectives of various ranges, anti-inflammatory, anti-hypertensive, multivitamins, just to mention a few. We have diversified into the fast-moving consumer goods with a range of products, as you will see on our table. Our people. Who are the people? Hope I didn't do that. Okay. Who are our people? History will not forgive me if I don't start by the chairman himself, our chief executive chairman, Dr. Obiora Anthony Chukwuka, an iconic visionary leader. He holds a BSc in Business Administration from the University of Lagos, an MSc in Corporate Governance from Leeds Metropolitan University in the UK. He holds an honorary doctorate degree award from the Commonwealth University of Belize in collaboration with the London Graduate School. He also holds an honorary award from the PCN itself in collaboration with the PSN. He's a highly resourceful and astute businessman. If you ever meet him in a gathering like this, he always starts the story of saying, I know be money miss road. I was ready for an opportunity and I took it. And that's the way he has led the organization. Dr. Chukwuka is being an active player in this industry since the year 1985. His quest for excellence led him to transform his company from the status of a mere pharmaceutical product merchandiser into the consortium that I'm going to expose to you today, as you will see. Dr. Obiora has vast experience in the industry, and he has always come hand in the bid to position Green Life as a major player in the pharmaceutical industry. He's a major member of the Institute of Directors of Nigeria, a member of the Council of Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce, a fellow of the Certified Institute of Coast Management of Nigeria. He's a member University of Lagos Alumni Association, member Leeds Metropolitan University Alumni Association England. Dr. Chukwuka is also a member of the Chartered Management Institute, United Kingdom, just to mention a few. He has received various awards from different bodies, meritorious awards, and he continues to attend management development courses, both locally and abroad. That's my MD, Mr. Ebere Nwosu. He holds a BSc in the Business Administration of University of Lagos. He's also a pioneer promoter of Green Life Pharmaceuticals and shares the same ideals with Dr. Chukwuka of running a dynamic and highly successful pharmaceutical organization. He's highly experienced in the industry. He has spent about 2 decades managing pharmaceutical concerns. Mr. Nwosu is an astute manager of human and material resources And he continued to update his managerial capabilities through participation in various management courses, both locally and abroad. These two partners is what I would describe as when pursuit for excellence and determination comes together, magic will always happen. And this is more of our people in the management, more of our people. That's also one of my Oga there, Farm Derek Osondu, and more. These are most of the people you will see on the front. We are in the front plates of sales and marketing. And so that's Philip. They call him Omoga in Ikorodu. And they call him Yagan. That's in recent slang they call him. That's Philip. That's Sebastian. That's Bumi. And that's my humble self. And that's Shekarao. These are the faces you'll see on the field. Our products. I'll run quickly. Our product. What are our products? At present, the company has over 164 NAFDAC registered products in its table. This includes WHO and Federal Ministry of Health approved ACT drugs, and our flagship brand, Lonat, a brand of artemisinin and lumefantrine, is the company's flagship. We also have Gvita, we have P-Alaxin TS, just to mention a few. The products are in tablet forms and multiple dosage forms. Hope that's not me. Oga. Okay, so if you pardon me, I'll just continue with the products so far. So we have touched different products, injections, tablets. Oga. Okay, let me just take the opportunity that I hope it gets back just like an interlude, because I sat through the session and Green Life being here, understanding what the dynamic of our conversation is and how it borders on what we do. I think there's a lot that had been learnt from even the panel. I was wondering, will I still stand on this stage after the heat that was coming out from that stage? So yes, we are back. So this is a range of our products. At present, okay, this is a range of our products. Who are our partners? Bliss GVS Pharma Limited, Mumbai in India, a leading research-based pharmaceutical development corporation with its WHO Good Manufacturing Practice approved state-of-the-art facilities. It's one of the top 10 pharmaceutical manufacturers in India. Green Life Pharmaceuticals Limited is the sole representative of Bliss GVS Pharma Limited in Nigeria. The company also buys antihypertensives from other subsidiaries in India. What are our key brands? Yes, Lona DS. If you don't know Lona DS, you're wrong. Yes, that's just on a light note. Lona DS is our flagship brand. We have P-Alaxin and different SKUs. We have Felvin, we have Fombact A. Lona DS have many SKUs. We have it in suspension. We have a tablet, 2120 artemether lumefantrine by 24, by 18, by 12. We have it as dispersible. We used to have it as suppositories, but due to market forces, we had to withdraw the suppositories. List of our subsidiaries. Yes, Green Life started as a story, but it's now becoming a consortium. So in this slide, I'll just talk briefly about what are the components of Green Life and its subsidiaries. Number one, we have the Sea Green. If you walk out of this room right now, the first stand by your left-hand side, we have the Sea Green Pharmaceuticals, ably represented. We have the Clinics Healthcare. We have Green Life Bliss. We have Green Life Allied and Energy. And we have the Clearline HMO. These are all subsidiaries of Green Life Pharmaceuticals. Now, what do we do at Green Life Bliss Healthcare? This is the manufacturing section of Green Life Pharmaceuticals. We call it Green Life Bliss Healthcare. We where we manufacture our day-by-day vitamin, day-by-day soap, and our Grintol lozenges. Clearline HMO, one of the best health insurance in Nigeria currently, and is well represented in about 26 states in Nigeria. Clinics is also one of our subsidiaries, state-of-the-art facilities, modern diagnostic equipment, and you can do as many of your diagnostic in clinics. What our network? Greenlight Pharmaceuticals Limited has developed an effective product distribution network across the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. As we speak, the company has 72 pharmacists amongst 350 number of staff in its employ. The company continues to pursue new product development initiatives with a view to identifying and satisfying the needs of the current market. Presently, Greenlife has also diversified into the manufacturing sector with its factory located in Ogun State, where its brand Grintol lozenges and day-by-day moisturizing soap are being currently produced. So you can have a view of what our factory is like, and you are always welcome to take a tour to our factory. What's our vision? What do we see? We see ourselves as the vanguard of healthy living and a choice companion to all our public. How do we do this? We do this by being a world-class pharmaceutical company in Nigeria, committed to the provision of affordable brands to promote healthy living. Why are we doing this? Because we are committed to a happier, healthier, prolonged human endeavors through the provision of efficient pharmaceutical solutions at all times. Our supply chain is our strength, so you can see our fleets well represented. If you ever want quality pharmaceutical products, if you are looking to good business partners as far as pharma distribution is concerned, if you are looking at professional salesmen, your one-stop company to do this with is the Greenlight Pharmaceuticals. I congratulate everybody for being here today at this conference, and I wish us a very pleasant evening as we go back to our bases. Thank you very much from Greenlight Pharmaceuticals. I wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Greenlife for that fantastic presentation. We already know you, right? But it's good to reintroduce yourself so that you are never forgotten. Please, let's celebrate them one more time. And please, let's remember to continue to do business with them. So right now, I'm going to invite Nutrify for the raffle draw quickly. I want the secretary for PWDAN to also get ready to give votes of thanks. And at that point, before she's done, we'll do the presentation for the remaining panelists that are yet to receive the flag. So Nutrify, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon once again, everyone. We are here for the raffle draw and also the bidding that will come after. As I'm speaking, if there's anybody that is interested in the raffle draw, please you can reach out and so that we can have you here and stand a chance to win one of our lucky prizes, chest freezer, the washing machine, and the helipack generating sets. And we also have the grand prize of the Hero bike, which you can use for your dispatch services. We're talking about supply chain here, so I'm sure that will be very handy for us. Okay, so if there's anybody, please, you can reach out to us if you want to make any purchase to qualify for the raffle draw. If there's none, we'll start by putting the tickets into the rolling basket. So So that when we roll, let me have the microphone. Can we have the ACPN Lagos State Chairman help us come and spin? Spin so that I can pick. Yeah, so spin it. One has dropped. It's at the back. We'll put it back. Turn it small. Okay, it's okay. Open it. For the third prize winner, we'll be having our ACPN Lagos State Chairman help us speak. Who will be the lucky winner? And it's NHC Pharmacy. Congratulations, you are the winner of our early pack generating sets. Congratulations, Mom. Congratulations. Okay, these pictures. She won an early pack generating set. Okay, for our second prize winner, let's spin. What are we going to call? Okay. Spin. It's possible we have some multiple winners today because some people bought in multiple. So in case you see anybody winning twice, it's their luck. Okay, so please help us speak for the second position. Oh, yes, wait. Okay, we have David Asiyok, Dafiu Pharmacy. He's the winner of our second prize, washing machine, courtesy of Nutrify. Thank you for patronizing our products. Congratulations, sir. All the way from Calabar. Thank you so much, sir. All right. Okay, let's have the chairman of... Okay, yeah. Let's have the chairman of PWDAN and help us pick the first prize. And they will bring it now. I don't... Did he... No. No, it's not. It's not part of it. It's not part of it. Yes. He didn't buy, yeah. He didn't buy. New heights. It's new heights. He didn't buy. Yes. The first prize.
I've not seen anybody. Justice. No one.
We have a winner.
Med
Express. Congratulations, Med Express. Congratulations, you've just won a chest freezer. Our first prize winner. Let's take some pictures. Okay. All right, so you can get it from. We'll go to the bidding section for the grand prize of an Euro bike, which I mentioned you can use for your dispatch services. We are doing supply chain. We all need to do some deliveries and all that. I'm sure that will really help us. We have just one slot so far because I mentioned that you have to buy up to 2.5 million naira. That's the minimum. So we have a bidder for 2.5 million already. Any other person that is interested, any other bidder that can buy higher. It's a bidding session. It's like a bazaar. So whoever can match that or surpass that gets to win the grand prize of the Euro bike. The starting amount is 2.5 million. We already have somebody for that already. So any other lucky person who is interested, going. 2.6, 3 million. No, anybody can still choose. Nobody. Anybody? Yeah. It's approved. Yeah, it's approved for dispatch services. The Lagos State approved. Hero is actually one of the companies on that Tolaram group of companies. So, anybody? You say? Okay.
Can we bid by faith?
All right. With no other person interested in the bid, happy to announce Med Express as the winner of our grand prize. So they won again. Congratulations. Let him come. See, please come, sir. Congratulations, sir. On behalf of Nutrify, congratulations. You have been notified. All right, thank you so much, everybody. All the winners will be given their prizes, will be delivered to them. Thank you so much for the patronage. I will be looking at more partnerships with you in subsequent future. Thank you very much. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's celebrate Nutrify for Nutrifying our members. We are grateful. So right now we have, I'd like to invite the secretary to please come for the vote of thanks, and then we do the presentation. Please, we are doing it together. Okay, presentation. So I'll invite the chairman, PWDAN, to help organize this. We still have more members, our panelists that we need to appreciate. Thank you for all that you've done for us. Please don't forget we still have lunch. We're going for lunch. You all have your tickets. Please don't be in a hurry to go. In the next 5-7 minutes we'll be done. Please bear with us.
Okay, so I will invite our panelists once more. I think they are still around. Pharmacist Bolanle. And IG. Oh my. Okay, we'll go and give it to him. So it's... Farm B. That's what we call her. There's only one Farm B in pharmacy in Lagos. Thank you so much.
Well, on behalf of PWDAN, I want to appreciate you for sharing your experience with us, for the enlightening presentation. God bless you.
So the next presentation is to the chairman of the conference, and I would like the premier chairman to help us with this presentation.
Yeah. We want to thank you for honoring our invitation despite your off day today. This is a token from PWDAN, appreciation for your participation as the chairman of our conference this year. this May 2024, presented to you today. Thank you, sir.
Wow. It's very good when you're having an event and then you still have a lot of people that wait till the end of the event. It's not because they don't have any other thing to do, but they are just there to support you through the whole program. So I just want to give my appreciation. It is indeed humbling to see what started a few years ago gradually taking root and becoming relevant in the pharma ecosystem in Nigeria. This being the fourth conference organized by the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, we have always had the support of our invited guests and partners to pull off an impactful event. The collaboration with the regulatory bodies must be commended. Our members had a capacity building training facilitated by both the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria and National Agency for Food, Drugs Administration and Control, NAFDAC, on 29th of May. That was yesterday. This signals the willingness of all parties to entrench a more formidable distribution of pharmaceuticals across the length and breadth of Nigeria, where PWDAN members are represented. We seize this opportunity to thank both regulatory bodies for the support the association has enjoyed from inception. To host an event and have the crop of invited guests seated in this hall attend is not a mean feat, considering the fact that we are all busy and need to prioritize the type of invitations to honor. We are humbled that you considered PWDAN important enough to share part of your day with us. Our effort appreciation goes to the chairman of today's occasion, Farm Adepopola, the keynote address speaker, Farm Uzoke, and the panelists, and every other person that was invited for honoring our invitation. If you are running a business in Nigeria, you know how interesting, at least for want of a more palatable word, the economic situation has been in recent times. Having a few companies willing to partner with PWDAN to organize this conference says a lot about the level of confidence imposed in the association. On our part, we pledge to continue to strengthen the supply chain integrity and give every one of our partners value for the resources committed to making the dream work. As we all depart this event, I charge you all to continue to play your part to ensure we have a formidable distribution channel that will safeguard the health of Nigerians, both young and old, irrespective of their social class or where they reside. Thank you all. Okay, so we can proceed to have lunch. Thank you.
PWDAN members, please, we'd like all PWDAN members to please step out for a group picture. And also after this, we can proceed back to the same hall for lunch. And also, please note that this event is available online on Pharma Stream TV. This event, you can watch it over and over. Just go to Pharma Stream TV on YouTube. It's recorded. I want to say a big thank you to Pharma Stream TV, the crew, media for supporting us. So PWDAN members would like to have us ride on stage, some stepping a bit down for a group picture. So it's been an amazing day. You must agree with me. We say big thank you to every one of you. Without you, there's no conference. And we say big thank you. And we pray that God will continue to support us and help us to achieve more impact in a society and the country at large by the special grace of God. My name is Pharmacist Ayo Badijoko signing out. And I wish us all journey messages back to our respective destinations. Thank you.
bossy no go be. I be your kilo de, oh baby. I can tell you every action is a flop. Get down with this bubble. Cause I know you feeling the boy. See go be, I'm a see go be, see go be, I'm a see go be, see go be, I'm a see go be, see me see go be, hey what baby go be. Girl, I love the way you look tonight. I wanna put my hands on your waist, cause I'm loving your sexy body. Wouldn't mind to have a taste. If you like hanging over, you roll like jungle over. Good things come to those who wait, so I'm ready to sleep outside your gates. Don't want to take me baby. Want to bossy no go be. I be on my kilo de, oh baby. I can tell you every action is a flop. Get down with this bubble. Cause I know you feeling the boy.
Right about now, you guys are listening to DJ Fokati. Rematon of D430.
You bumping the DJ Fokati. Shake your asses. 30 BG. Yeah, fuckers. I wanna talk.
On the beat.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, on the beat. Steady though.
And Super C.
Back when I was broken.